braids her granddaughter's hair, whispers of the sea, tales of stars and moons where dreams roam free. Her laugh's a symphony, a gentle dancing spree.
Hello, everybody.
Hi, how are you? What a beautiful beginning. That is beautiful.
Oh, thank you.
Did you
That
make that
song,
yourself?
that song was actually written by one of my friends, and
Oh,
they
wow, it's
gave it to me
beautiful.
to use. Thank you. I love it too. We have several people in the chat. Let me go ahead and introduce you first. This is Ellen Smile,
How
and
are you?
she's a little nervous, and that's okay. Everybody is going to be nice and supportive. We've got lots of people already here in the chat. We have Misha Lee is out walking but listening.
Oh,
We have
Misha.
Mimi from Mimi's Abundant Life is here. Body Illusion is here. We have um, Just Tiff 45 is here. Shantirement is here. Regina is here. Welcome, Regina. And over on your channel, we have, and
Yeah, I think I have one.
I missed there we go, New Horizons Above and Beyond. Okay. Welcome, everyone. Oh, and Stephanie from the WSFN channel is here as well. Thank you. Welcome in,
Thank you.
everybody. We have fantastic news. Ellen just got monetized. And those of you that are not monetized, you know the struggle of trying to get monetized. And Ellen has not had her channel, but what, like a year and a half?
A year and a half, yes.
A year and a
And
half.
I found out on Thursday night because I have a couple emails and I didn't realize it. And I was like about 22 hours away, but I guess they are behind. So I guess I must have hit it. And it was probably sitting in my box for 5 days. And I had gone to a channel, Lashana, and I didn't know. And I asked her, and when I read the letter, I typed it. They said, "You made it." I said, "What do you mean I made it?" And they said, "I made it." And they're like, "Press the button." So when I pressed the button, I couldn't fix all my videos because I was really afraid that I wasn't going to get monetized. They weren't going to approve me. But they approved me on that Friday morning, and I'm just very, very happy. And I'm very, very blessed. Thank you so much, everybody. Mwah. Thank you. I couldn't have done it without you guys. I truly, truly couldn't.
And we have Sunny Side Up came in over on your side.
Um,
Everybody
Thank
is
you.
saying congratulations. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Um, Stephanie and Body Illusion are going to go back and forth on the channels. Anybody else on my side, I have Ellen's link posted at the top of the chat so that you can jump over there and watch over from her side as well. Um, we are going to be talking tonight about grief. Ellen did lose her husband not too long ago. All of us have one time or another experienced grief. And I have a little something I want to read, and then we will get into the conversation. I actually was scrolling today and came across this, and I was like, thank you, God, because this is perfect. This is what I needed to come across. So let me see if I can find it. I I am so bad about putting stuff in my phone in my pictures, and then when I go to look for it, I'm like, well, I know I saved it. Where did I put it? Okay, that's here we go. Yep. Okay. Love doesn't just disappear. It settles into the quiet corners of your grief, showing up in memories, in the ways you miss them. Missing someone deeply doesn't mean you're stuck. It means they mattered. It means your heart held something real and beautiful. Mourning isn't weakness, It's proof that you loved with your whole heart. So don't feel bad for the tears or the heaviness. That's your soul remembering, honoring what was good. Grief and love are tied together. The stronger the bond, the deeper the ache. But that ache is meaningful. It means they left a mark on your life. Let it remind you of the laughter, the warmth, the moments that still live inside you. Love doesn't vanish, it lingers. It's how your heart keeps their memory alive.
Beautiful.
That I read that and I said, this is exactly what I wanted to say to you. It was like the words were perfect for what I wanted to say. There are so many people that I have talked to here on YouTube that have lost loved ones. And a lot of times people don't know what to say to someone because
Mhm.
our words really can't make it better. But to let somebody know that we're there and we get it and we care, that will help. Now, I haven't lost a spouse, but I did lose my dad when I was 18. And so it's been
Okay.
over 40 something years ago. And yet, some days it's like it was yesterday. Certain things, and on my healing journey, I've learned that even certain smells
Mhm.
will trigger a memory. So
Yeah.
I know that that's what you've been dealing with, but I want you to go back and tell us, you know, your journey and what it is that you want people to know about how you're handling the situation.
It's I'm gonna try to say this without crying. But
Okay.
my husband got diagnosed with brain cancer. He was 45 years old. And at the time where my husband worked, he should have had insurance, but for some reason they didn't give him insurance. So he didn't have any insurance. And I just remember calling the girl that came today, our girlfriend Vicky. I remember calling her up and saying, "What the hell am I going to do?" And it was such a journey and having to fight from the beginning. And while I was in the hospital, what happened was his father had passed away from a heart attack. I believe he was in eighth grade. He had passed away. So I remember coming home from work that day, and I was downstairs, and my son was yelling because my husband was on the floor, and I thought it was a heart attack. And when I got to the hospital, they had mentioned something about seizure, that there was a tumor, there was brain cancer. And when you hear brain cancer, automatically you're thinking, "Oh my God, he's going to die." And it was so very scary. And you know, at that time, I was only working part time, making $800 a month. He was working a job, and like I said, he did not have insurance, and it was very very scary. I remember being in the hospital. The doctor called up from the office and said, "What is your insurance company?" And when he said he didn't have insurance, they hung up on him. And it was horrible. And I just remember hearing that when I came out of work. I said, they did what? And I marched myself down to the hospital, wherever I had to be, um, like social service, whatever I was at. I said, "How dare you do that?" So I made such a scene and made them feel like crap that they actually had made an appointment for my husband because a follow up. So this happened on, I believe, I can't remember now because it's been so long ago. I think it was October 15th. And my husband had surgery January 15th. It took that long. It wasn't right away because we didn't have insurance. And I just remember because, like, ever since that seizure, he never worked again. So as soon as we got out of the hospital, I went down to where I lived at the time in New Jersey, in Hackensack, to fill out paperwork for long-term disability because I didn't know what was going to happen. And it really stunk because at that point, we had moved. We were down South Jersey. We were originally from North Jersey. we were in South Jersey, and my mother had passed away, and my father wanted to come up north again to live. And while he did that, we tripled our taxes and doubled our mortgage. So this had just all just happened. So, and my father had helped us get the house, and there was no way that I was going to say to him, we're going to lose everything. And I just remember, so I was calling people up for the electric company because we didn't have any money. And I just remember for Thanksgiving, we didn't even have money for a turkey. And I went to the food pantry and I was so embarrassed. And they came, drove out the turkey. I just remember my son there, and I felt so embarrassed. But I had to worry about the bills and I had to do everything. And while we were there for the electric company told me that if you don't have insurance, now check this out. I was down at Medicare. I was down there for, social services for my husband and everything else. Nobody mentioned anything. It was the electric company had said, why don't you go on New Jersey Protect? And I said, what are you talking about? It was for people before Obamacare was New Jersey Protect. Is every state took care of their people that didn't have insurance, that it was a catastrophic illness. So I was able to apply, and I had applied to it, and I was able to get insurance, and we were finally able to have his surgery in January, like 15th or 19th, whatever it was. So I had to wait because we didn't have the insurance from his insurance company, from his job. I couldn't sue. I couldn't do anything. I just had to keep going like this and looking forward and just climbing that mountain and taking care of business for my family. So it was very, very rough, very, very rough. And I took care of him for 14 and a half years. He had over 50 surgeries.
Oh my Lord.
And there was many years that he was in the hospital, more than he was home. But my husband was a fighter. We were all fighting. And I always advocated for my husband. So the only I can tell you is that when we first started this journey, we always thought, that doctors were God and we listened to them. You never asked a question and you just did whatever. And what happened was with my husband, the doctor, I don't know whether I should say his name or not, but I'm not going to. But ended up happening was he did the surgery on my husband. Instead of going this way, he went this way by the frontal lobe, like the front here, the bone flap. And he always had fluid, and he could never, he would have like all puffiness. And so they said, oh, well, we're going to give him a shunt. We're going to give him this. He had lumbar shunts put in and everything else. He had all this stuff. And after like 9 or 10 surgeries, he said to me, gave me a hug because it was another surgery. And he said, Ellen, he said, I'm second guessing myself. We need to go in and fix his bone flap. And what they did was we had surgery on that Monday. His doctor was a pilot and his daughter was graduating. So him and his wife got on a plane. And I remember, I'm very spiritual. I said, I hope he doesn't die in a plane crash. And sure enough, on Monday morning, we were supposed to meet him for surgery, or I don't really remember. I think it was surgery. We got the phone call. My girlfriend called me up and said, is this your doctor that died in a plane crash? And I said, my husband blamed me for that. He says it was my fault that I had a plane crash because I had a premonition of it. I just felt something. And what happened was we couldn't get another doctor because nobody wanted to touch him because he was damaged goods. The cancer was already out. We had used another person in the office, and he had fluid in his head and everything else. And he had it on his side because of the lumbar shunt. And he's like, oh no, we're going to put a shunt in his head. And we allowed it. And he had the shunt in his head. And time this is all going on, it came back in I guess in like October. No, I don't even remember, but it was stage 4 glioblastoma. It came back. We were with the oncologist, and I was like, "Well, what are we going to do? We're not going to sit here." So we were able to do a chemo treatment. But what happened was when he did the chemo treatment, it melted all the hardware in his head.
Mm.
So he had all the fluid and everything was coming out. He was in the hospital. He had all the it was horrible. But prior to that, the doctor tried to put the shunt in, his new doctor that was with the practice, who was so great and wonderful, whatever. And he still had the fluid. He still had everything. They still chopped him up. They cut him up and everything else. So for a whole year, he had fluid in the fluid in his head, in the everywhere on the side of his, from the lumbar shunt. I forgot this part. But what ended up happening was, it was Halloween. I don't know if you remember, there was a Halloween where it was snowing. And I went down to JFK Medical Center, and I was able to get an appointment with these. There was like a whole thing going on. I talked to the doctors. They said they would take the case. When they looked at him, what ended up happening was they looked at the chart from the original surgery. There were stitches in his head that were undone, and that was the reason why. So he didn't need the lumbar shunt. He didn't need the shunt in his head. He didn't need anything. And I tried to get a lawyer, but in the state of New Jersey, everybody stays together. They're all goombad together.
Yeah.
And the only thing is I could have done was, I should have went to a different county. I didn't know. So if I went to somebody in the area, they're already calling him up and they're saying, "Oh no, we know him. We can't, we're going to advise you. Here's somebody else." But
Mhm.
I was basically told that I need like $10,000 to hire a lawyer from Ohio to come and testify and take care of us. And I couldn't do it. And I just had to keep moving forward. We ended up going to JFK, and we got the doctor, and he fixed him up. His head, everything was perfect. But what happened was, we were working with a doctor at our old place, and the cancer came back. And when the cancer came back, it melted all the hardware in his head. And that was it. It was like, it was bad. And he was in the hospital for almost 3 months. They couldn't do anything because of the chemo was all in his head. They had to take out all the tubing from the lumbar shunt. So like, his stomach was like a garbage pail. He had all this stuff in the tube. It was just horrible. But it was hard. But he made it. And my husband was a fight. I can just keep going because the stories just keep going and going. You just wouldn't believe it, like, if I was to tell you the story. But basically, like, if I was to go to a supermarket and people saw me, they would probably run away. They didn't want to talk to me because I had, it's never good news. And people don't want to talk about cancer. You know what I mean? They don't want to know about it. From
Right.
afar, they go, "Oh, what a shame, what a shame." But nobody gave a shit. I'm sorry to say it, but that's how I truly felt. People stopped calling, family members, everybody. And I was basically on my own, and I did take care of it on my own. And that's why I believe I am a strong person. And I never gave up. And with my husband, Steve, he never said like, "Oh, I have brain cancer," because we didn't want to hear it. The only time he did that was within the last year, like about 6 months before he had passed away. He goes, "I have brain cancer." And I'm like, "I don't care. I don't want to hear that." Poor man. But he always fought. And even if we went to doctors and stuff, they could not believe that he was sick, because we were always so positive. We always laughed. We always joked. And the guy that actually had done the chemo treatment on him, he looked like Dr. Death. He was miserable. I'm like, "Steve, I'm going to make this man smile." And I did. I made him smile 3 times. He walked out of the office. I'm like, "See, I told you I was going to do it." And I did, because it was like, it's a very depressing part, oncology, and
Yeah.
going to the hospital for the treatment. Everybody's all gray looking. Everybody's all like upset and sad. And it's like, it's a horrible, horrible feeling. And I always felt that we should sit and smile and be blessed that we are here. And that's what we did. And that was the way. I believe in my heart that Steve survived that long. I also believe that when that chemo treatment melted all the hardware in his head, I think in the inside, it stopped the cancer from moving on, because he had glioblastoma grade 4, and he was alive for 14 and a half years. And that's a miracle in itself.
Right. Exactly.
But I can just keep going, but I'm just going to stop talking.
What so I think I heard like how many years were you all together? I think I
We got
remember
married in
watching your like
19 we
anniversary video or
yeah,
something.
we got married in 1990 and June 10th, and it would have been, what is it? 30, it would have been 35 years in June, but I believe, I can't remember right now because I'm like so emotional. In 90, 35, I think 35 years, right? Is it?
Yeah,
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 35 years.
35.
And
And he
I
was
just,
basically sick the last 15. So you had 20 pretty good years
yeah, and I took care of
before
him.
that.
And then
Yeah.
it was just like, it bothers me most when people say, "Oh, he's better off," or whatever. And I told the story the other day, but I'm going to say it again. When we were in the doing videos, and my husband was bad, and he had oxygen, and he was pulling his oxygen off, and I couldn't get any sleep. I'm working a full-time job, and I was doing everything. I was the most happiest person in the whole wide world, and I beamed of happiness. So when people say, "Oh, he's better off," no, he wasn't. He had a very good life with me, and I took very good care of him, and he took care of me, and I loved him so much,
That's what I was saying
and I
before.
miss him.
People don't know what to say. They say, oh, well,
They say stupid things
suffering. And, I remember
to
when
make
my
themselves
dad
feel
passed
good.
away, my dad did suffer. It was terrible, but I wasn't ready not to have my dad.
Yeah,
So it's like, if he could have lived longer, I would have wanted him to live longer.
yeah. No,
Uh,
it was so strange because
hard.
he had over 50 surgeries. He should have died so many times, and he never did. He was like the phoenix just kept rising. And
Yes.
the last time we went to the hospital, I had no idea this was going to be it. I had no idea. And before he even passed, he wanted coffee. He wanted everything. And the only reason why that he died was because the hospital gave him drugs because he thought it was better. It was like putting a dog to sleep. And I don't think it was right. And it was very, very hard because my son is a doctor. I never said that. And he believes a certain way. It's right or left. There's no medium or nothing. So when my husband, they wanted to take him off the respirator because they said they can't have him on that long. It gets worse. He can't do it again and this and that. I'm like, okay, whatever. I was like, well, we can do this. I will take him off, but you got to take him off the medicine. You have him all drugged out. He is not able to breathe on his own because he's high. You know what I mean? This is like, stop.
Yeah.
And I fought with it. And I told him, they gave me like 2 days. They took him off the medicine. And when they took him off the respirator, he didn't die. He was sitting there talking. He was hungry. He was eating. And I said to everybody, I said, I proved you all wrong. I said, you don't believe in miracles. I said, you don't believe in anything. I always believed in miracles for my husband. I always did. And a lot of people in that field don't believe in that. It's all drugs. And I shamed them. And they could not believe it. He was sitting there. He was talking and everything else. And that's what hurts the most, is because of that. It hurts. And when he came out of it, it wasn't even 14 hours. They put him in a regular room. And when they put him in a regular room, he didn't even have his feeding tube on him. They did not even monitor his breathing. What are you talking about? You come from ICU, from dying, and you're telling me, and there was a nurse there, and my son, he was with his I think wife I don't even remember. His wife at the time. And he was annoyed because the nurse that was on stand, he didn't realize that he was a doctor. He didn't say anything. And they had an aide in there because he had something for the urinary, to go to the bathroom. The catheter, they didn't want him pulling it off. So they wouldn't even move. I mean, we could have done this and we could have had our privacy. We could have talked to him and everything. And there was an aide there. And I said to the aide, I said, they're going to kill him. They really are going to kill him. And what happened was, as soon as I left, 7 o'clock, I got the call. his lung had collapsed. Well, I'm sure his lung would collapse. He didn't have any monitoring. They would have known if they would have had the monitoring on. And I was so upset. I ran to the hospital. I got the doctor and I said, "Are you having a good dinner tonight?" Because I know as I'm not. I went crazy. And it was circumstances that had happened, and I'm not going to discuss, but I don't agree on some things, whereas my son sees it this way. I'm this way, and I'll
Yeah.
always say it, and I believe it because they gave him Fenny at the end, and they kept giving him Fenny, Fenny, Fenny. He kept doing it all night, and my husband was so strong, he fought it, and they also gave him, I think it was Percocet too. They were giving him all these drugs to kill him, to make his heart stop, and my husband fought it. And all night long, I kept music going for him. A wedding song and everything. And then all night was going on. And the nurse, who was a witch, came in the morning. And I just wanted to have some coffee because they were like, I knew that they gave him this last one. It was the end to make his heart stop. But I feel like he didn't die naturally. They killed him. You know?
Yeah.
And I had to live with that. I truly had to live with that. It's hard. That's hard because I always fought for him. And it was like I was so tired and I was so exhausted. And I feel like they got the best of me. And when it was over, when he had passed, before he had passed, I told them, the nurses, get the freak out of the room now. And I just spent time with him. When I left, I didn't say goodbye or thank you to anything. It was like the words I wanted to use were not good.
Yeah.
But that's my story on my husband. But I loved him so much. I miss him. And I gotta live with that. The way he passed, and because we were always so spiritual. I always believed in miracles, even to the end. But that's it.
Well, and for him to have, had such a life, even with all of the doctors
Yeah,
and
he did.
hospitalizations and surgeries and all of that, I mean, that's a miracle in
It's a
itself.
miracle.
Because some people, as soon as they hear the word cancer,
They
they
give up.
automatically sink into depression. And yes,
Yeah.
exactly, give up. And I mean, I know, years ago, cancer was a death sentence,
Mm-hmm.
but it doesn't have to be
No.
now. Technology has come so far, but it does sound to me like he got, really poor care.
It was poor care
And,
because they called up afterwards, after the hospital. I had not an advocate, but somebody from the hospital had called up and I said, "Listen, I'm not suing you, but I said, don't you ever," I use nice words. I said, "Don't you ever call my house again." And then the doctor sent out letters and, condolences from all these people. I don't know what they were afraid of. I don't know what they were afraid of. I really don't. And I have to let it go. I had to let it go. It's not going to bring Steve back. And it is what it is. And it breaks my heart. And that's something that I have to live with. But the way I spoke to them, they have to live with themselves too. And I said, "You're in ICU," and they were blaming the doc. They were there. The hospital was blaming the doctor for not having anything on him and everything. And they wanted to cover themselves.
I was going to say,
And
pass the buck. It's somebody else.
they absolutely did. But I said, well, then you need to put something in place. Something has to be in place. This is a brand new hospital that they all fixed up and everybody had their own room and blah, blah, blah. But their service, I had some good nurses. I had some bad nurses. But it was what it was. And it doesn't bring Steve back. It doesn't truly bring him back. And I have a lot of regrets, but even at our worst with him, we always laughed. He always loved his channel, the YouTube channel. I got the YouTube channel started and he loved it. I used to tell him he had fans and he was so excited and he loved it. He really, truly did.
So proud
And
of
I wish he
you,
was here. Yeah.
I'm sure he is proud of you anyway. But the fact that you have been able to keep going and actually accomplish it,
Absolutely.
He is so proud of you.
Yeah.
Somebody told me how many channels there are, like a billion, maybe several million, and only
Mhm.
like 3% get monetized.
That's crazy to me. That is crazy.
That I can't wrap my head around those numbers. But yeah,
Yeah.
we take it kind of lightly when it happens.
Mhm.
I know when you're struggling to make it happen, you think,
Yeah.
oh, it's so hard. But then once it happens, you're like, I did that pretty good. Okay. You know, but then when you hear that not that many people make it to even getting
Yeah.
monetized, it's amazing.
It really, really is. And I'm just so happy. If I didn't have my community to be there with me and to help me grow, it wouldn't have happened. It really, truly, and I don't think that if I did not have a channel, I don't know where I would be. I could be very depressed. I could be sitting there, because when he did pass, I needed that time alone. It seemed like every holiday, like the holidays are coming up, I need to be by myself. I don't want to talk when we went back to work. I said, I don't want to talk about my husband without crying. And I still get some ways. And like you were talking earlier, that it's a smell, it could be a word, it can be a description, it can be a town, it can be anything.
Yeah.
And I'll just go
Anything.
off, start crying
Mhm.
hysterically, and I can't control it because it's just, but I truly believe I was feeling a really certain type of way. And at one point, I truly believe this, that God put a blanket on me just to heal me. So I wasn't obsessed with it, or I could move on and think about it. But at certain points, like I couldn't really think that much about the situation or about Steve. It helped me heal. It truly, truly did. And I was able to get up, function, go to work. I mean, I still had my days where I cried, but I was able to function as a person and to move on slowly. And it's a process. Is still, he passed March 20th, 2025, and I still have good days. I still have bad days. I'm having more good days than bad. But I also have my channel that I have a full-time job, and I come home and I spend 9 hours on that. So I'm a busy woman.
Yes, you are very busy. I know when we had talked before about having you come on, you were like, "I'll get back to you," and I was like, "I'm never going to hear from her again," you know. So then when I got the email saying, "I think I'm ready," I was like,
Yeah.
"Yes, praise the
I knew
Lord,"
I didn't
because
want to cry. It was too raw for me,
yeah,
and I didn't want to cry. At that time, I wasn't doing lives. I just started I was doing live. I did my first live in August because like my hours, I was getting so tired with the restreams. It was helping me get my hours, but I felt like I needed to do the live. And once I did it, it was like 1 o'clock in the morning. I figured it out because I did everything on my own, and all these people came, and it was so exciting, and it made me so happy, and it made me want to do it more, and that's what I did. And it's a blessing. It really truly is. The only thing is tell people don't give up, especially if you are originally I was at a year, and it was a little over a year. I was doing more shorts, motivational. I was doing lives, not lives, um shorts, and the shorts are really pulling me in a different direction. So all that hard work that I did taking care of Steve and doing the lot, I was filming with him because I didn't trust what he was going to say live. I only had like maybe 1,200. I swear when you have the frontal lobe, you never know what he's going to say. You truly don't know what he's going to say. And I didn't want to offend anybody. I didn't know what was like, but if you always look on I pulled a lot of those videos, but if you look at me, I was like always on edge because I was so, so nervous. And I remember Steve was like his first person that gave him a comment, and we were talking about something, and he called her. I'm not going to say it, but it rhymes with bore. A blankie whore. I'm like, Steve, what are you doing? You can't say that. The police are gonna come on there. And I didn't know how to edit, and I had to cancel. I had to like stop the video because that was it. That means we were done.
hmm
But he was a pip and a half. But he really enjoyed it. And when we hit 1,000 subscribers, he was really sick at that time. And I said, I can't wait to get 2,000. And he didn't answer me. And at that point, I knew that he wasn't going to be here.
Yeah.
I had a feeling.
Well, I know you have met so many wonderful people on YouTube, and I have too. And people are like, "Ugh, you don't even know these people." Yes, you do. You get to know people
Absolutely.
just by them chatting in your chat, or if you have them on as
Uh-huh.
a guest. I mean, you really do make connections with people.
Absolutely.
And
They're like almost like family.
yeah,
And you can
they're
depend
like
upon them because you know they're going to be there.
eh, and I've said this many times. I can be having a bad day and
Hmm.
have a live scheduled and be like, man, I just don't know if I've got it today, but I want to keep my word. I said I was going to be live. I'm going live. And I can go live, and one person can come in and say something, and it'll just make it better.
Make your day.
And it'll be like, there they are. There, that's the people I need. The comfort that I need there.
Yes.
And I try to support as many people as I can, but just like in life, there's users and takers. You have
Hmm.
to kind of have a little bit of, you know, common sense about it, and learn to trust who you can trust and who you can't trust. That kind of thing. But I've been on here 3.5 years, and I've got friends
Wow.
from the very beginning that have been with me the whole time, and I have gone. My life's been like this.
Mhm.
It's like they have hung in there with me, all the craziness. When
Yeah.
you were
I,
talking
I and
about crying,
it's hard. But I know
I
last
I
week.
do the I do that ugly cry, and I
Um.
don't stop crying. I can't like stop crying. Usually,
Yeah. I
if
cry
I
all the
start
time.
crying, if you show me any kind of comforting or anything like that, it just makes it worse.
Worse.
So when I went through my divorce, I didn't tell anybody at my job because
Hmm.
I didn't want to talk about it. And I
Uh-huh.
imagine that's how it was with you. It's like sometimes you just can't talk about things
No.
without letting it really get you upset.
Uh-huh.
But
And then there's always that people that know they shouldn't say anything, but they're still going to say something anyway.
yes,
And it's annoying. And I can be like witchy about it because it's like, listen, I said no. And then they see you cry. And it's like, oh, sorry. No, you know what you was doing. Stop. Just stop it.
yeah. Don't if you
It's
don't
hard,
know
but
what to say or how to say it, don't say anything.
at all. Like I would rather hear nothing. I'd rather hear that the Yankees won or the Mets or whatever football or that it's going to rain today than having to talk about my husband. Because when my husband was alive, you never asked anything. Now you're going to ask because you see him here. You're looking at me now. It's like when it's hard because it's like, oh, she's the widower. Like she's a widower. No, I'm not. Like just stop. Like I just don't like any kind of label or judgment on it because you didn't live my life. You don't know what I went through and
Right.
how I'm feeling. And it's not a sad of like who I'm glad now I can go out and party. That isn't it at all. It's just it's my how I want to feel is how I want to feel. If I don't want to talk to you, because I don't think I talked, I mean, phone calls were coming in. I didn't talk to anybody. I didn't want to talk to anybody. And I wasn't picking up the phone. People wanted to bring food over. I said, no, I don't want any food. Let me be. If I want food, I'll make something. I don't want anything. I was very bullheaded like that. And, but I had to protect myself. That was the way that I was able to get through it for myself. I wasn't playing somebody else's play. This was me. This was about me and how I was feeling. And I made a lot of people uncomfortable because they didn't know how to act. And I'm sorry, a lot of people don't know how to act. You know what I mean? Like it's not on purpose. I don't think it's done intentionally. But having gone through this, if I see anybody else on this journey that has cancer or something is going on, I know what to say and what not to say. And that's it,
But
you know?
I- we don't educate people
No.
on how to treat people when they're in different kind of situations.
Hmm. Yeah,
Um,
I agree.
it, it, it's. I mean, everybody is going to die at some point,
Hmm.
and whatever your faith is, whatever you believe in, you know what makes you gives you comfort and what
Mhm.
you needed. And why is it that we can't say, this is how I'm dealing with this. I don't care if it's
Mhm.
right, wrong, or you don't like it.
Yeah.
It's my life. I'm dealing with it like this right here. And people, so many people are like, well, grief should look like this. No, it doesn't.
Yeah.
It looks like however it looks.
Yeah. No, I
And
agree. But I wasn't angry, but nobody picked up the phone to call my husband for like 14 and a half years.
I
Nobody
was going to
really
say they
came
weren't
to
there
visit
when you
him.
could have used the help, when you could have
And
used the, yeah.
and it wasn't even about helping me. It was like, come over, say hello to him, tell him that you miss him, bring him a sandwich, bring him just your smile, just come and say hello. But to ignore him, and it was like we would go to some parties, but then we were not invited to parties because we were, I guess, the downer. You know
Hmm.
what I mean? Like my husband couldn't drink, my husband couldn't do this because he had seizures and stuff. So I understand it and I get it, but don't afterwards be like, oh, stop, just stop. It's like, I know the truth. I know my truth. I know him. There was many days that I called my girlfriend up saying, um, we weren't invited to a party. Nobody has called him. I have 100 things I can say, but I'm not going to bring up that because it's in the past and I can't change people. And like you said, you have to educate people. I'm not educating anybody. If you don't have a brain, I'm sorry, it's not happening. And that's why I'm so cold about it, because 14 and a half years I had people tell me, oh no, he's not sick, he doesn't have cancer. Are you serious? Are you serious? And I could just keep going with this, and I'm not gonna dampen my husband or anything like that, because my husband was a good man. He helped everybody all the time, and it really sucks that people weren't there for him. I'm
Yes.
sorry, I hate to say that word, but that's the truth. I'm not lying.
No, and that
It
right
hurts.
there is what hurts.
It hurts deeply,
Yeah.
and I cry not for myself. I cry for my husband because all he
Right.
wanted was somebody to talk to. And at the funeral there was a one of his friends was there, and I made sure everybody heard at the wake. I said, you were the only one really that would call and update and stay with him and always talk to him. And I said, I always appreciated that about you. And some people were like, oh, that person, oh gosh, he does this or that and that. No, he was a good man, because when he came through about it, you all judged him and thought that he was the bad person. No, you were the bad person. He was the good man. And
Hmm.
I just remember, it's just terrible. But I have to move on with that, and I have to let it go, because if I don't, it's going to eat at me. And it's an education, and maybe in the future they will learn something new.
Well, you'll know. I kind of had to learn in a similar way that you have to be your own advocate, and you have to
Hmm.
stand up. Just because they're doctors doesn't mean anything. You
No.
know, they don't know, and they don't know how you feel about things. And I think so many of us just believe the doctor and do what they tell us to do, and we
Hmm.
don't ask questions, and we don't try to do it on our own. And I was like that for a really long time. And
Hmm.
when I finally said enough is enough, and there's got to be something to help me, then when I felt like, okay, I'm in charge of my own medical care now. I
Hmm.
will listen to the doctors and I will, take their concerns to heart. But I'm the one that says
Your
if I
choice.
have that test, or if I take that drug, or whatever, it is. And my daughter, I think she thought that I had given up and I was just not going to fight and not going to try to live. And then when she sees me now that I'm fighting so hard to not only live but to have a good healthy life, now she realizes how strong I am. But we don't know how strong we are until we have to be, until we don't have another choice but to be strong. And like
Hmm.
you said before, you are a strong person. I mean, so many people would have went about it a different
Gave
way.
up. I didn't give
And
up.
yeah, and for it to have been such a short period of time, and for you to be saying, I have to move forward, and it's a couple steps forward and a step back, and it'll be kind of a, roller coaster ride, but you're going to handle it the best you know how to handle it, and
Mhm.
what works for you. And that's got to be okay. I mean,
Yes,
I get
absolutely.
so upset when people are like, well, they didn't react right. They didn't, how do you know? That was
How do
how
you
they
know?
wanted to react.
They
Let
didn't
them
know
do
my
what they
journey. They didn't
know.
step in the journey. They didn't know anything. And to pass judgment a certain way is that's a really, it was like it really hardened me a lot. It really truly did. And I knew Steve's body so well. I knew if he had a blood clot because he had things in his chest and his leg. Because when you get a blood clot and you're having problems breathing, it has something to do, with the breathing. But
Mhm.
I knew something always was wrong with him before the doctors. I'll be like, no, he has this. He has this. I wasn't a doctor claiming to be a doctor, but I knew more than what they did sometimes, and they didn't like it. And but I stood strong, and I didn't let them bully me in any way because we were on this journey. The reason why I think he survived and he stayed long was because I was always there fighting all the time for him. And I held everybody accountable for everything. I didn't care. If I didn't like something, I would run down there. And the biggest thing that used to make me crazy, I'm going to tell you right now, is I'm going to tell everybody right now, this is important. When you go to a hospital, and you see a bathroom in the patient's room and they share a room with another patient, you do not go into their bathroom. Do you understand? Because you have germs. You have a lot of germs. And my husband had, a lot of things going on with him that he couldn't be near the germs. And he used to make me crazy. And I used to fight with everybody. And I used to make them come and clean the bathroom and everything. It's like that was my husband's bathroom. He shared it with the patient. You have no right coming in here, whether you have a cold, your coworkers, something is going on. No, 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 no. We're good. And that was one of my perks that made me crazy in a hospital.
And I never even thought about that. Most of our hospitals, it's all private rooms. But
Yeah,
you're
no, it
right.
wasn't
If
in
there, if
one the
there
one.
is a bathroom, even just if it was a private bathroom, you shouldn't use it,
No,
because that's, you could get the germs, transfer the germs there.
absolutely.
That
Absolutely. And I
wouldn't.
gotta be honest with you, at the end, my husband was in the hospital. My husband wasn't using a toilet. I used it then at that point, but I knew better. And I mean, for all those years, I fought and yelled and screamed. I'm like, what are you doing? And like, oh, I didn't like, come on now, stop. Like, you know what I mean? Like that was like my pet peeve of going in the hospital, was that. And just, being in a hospital, I seen many people in the hospital that came from like a home. They were seniors, and I had seen people. They would put them in a chair to may help them breathe. They sit there all day until night, and I would be an advocate for my husband's, neighbor because
Yeah.
I figured I had to take care of them. Because if I didn't, they always gave me the information. I knew everything that was going on. I didn't, you know what I mean? Like I always knew. If they had dietary needs or whatever, if I was bringing in a hamburger for my husband, I brought it in for their neighbor. I always helped the patients because a lot of the seniors, I've yelled at nurses for, for that had a senior that wouldn't help the man. They gave him food, but how can you give him food if he can't eat it? You know what I mean? Like
Exactly.
there are so many things wrong, but I will say that the hospitals back then when my husband first and now are so different. I don't even know how they can even stay in business because I truly don't feel there isn't enough staff, there isn't enough nursing, there's not enough aides. Um, it's totally ridiculous. I can't say anything really, really basically nice. There's good nurses. I've had my husband, he was sitting there all day on his poop diaper. I had to march in there and I had to fight it. He was in a nursing home for a few rehabilitation center. I had to fight. I had to make sure that he, it was constant. It was always constant. Nothing worked out. He had gotten C. diff in the hospital. He had gotten the virus in the hospital. He went to the rehabilitation center. They stole his things, his items. It was nonstop. It was all the time. There was never any rest, ever, ever, but it's
And
hard.
that's why when I have somebody in the hospital, I go prepared to stay with them because you
That
can't
is
count on
smart.
the nurses. You can't,
You're smart.
you know,
I was always
and,
there when if I wasn't working, but it was hard because I was working. But
well, I have, friends that don't have a lot of family,
hmm
especially since I'm retired. Matter of fact, one of my very good friends just had surgery not too long ago. And I'm kind of like, look, I can come and I can be there, or I can take shifts with your family
hmm
member or whatever it is, because there are so many things that just get overlooked. Like you said, they don't have enough staff. They don't
they
pay
don't.
attention. Like you said, give the man a tray of food, but don't help him to eat it. What good does that do?
hmm
I mean, I know when I had my back surgery, they let me get like bunched down in the bottom of the bed, and I couldn't push myself back up.
Oh gosh.
And my O2 sensor was going off because I wasn't breathing deep because
hmm
I was all hunched in the bottom of the bed. And the morning nurse came in and she was like, why are you like that? And I'm like, because I got like this and nobody ever came. I rang the bell. I don't know how many times. Nobody ever came to, help me
Terrible.
get up in the bed. Nobody ever came when the alarm thing was going off about the ocean
hmm
sensor and all that. And she was like just livid that I was in that kind of condition. And I'm
hmm
like, I had back surgery. I couldn't even get out of the bed. I couldn't even, hardly move.
Wow.
I was like, and that taught me right there that no, a hospital is not there. They're not there to take care of you. They
No.
do the bare minimum, what they have to do, and anything else that needs to be done, you need to have
hmm
somebody there that's going to, at least be able to say, hey, we need this or we need that.
Yeah. And my
And,
husband never was always afraid to call the nurse or do anything. So he would just sit there and he
mm,
used to drive me crazy but they knew when I was coming in, they'd all know that Hurricane Ellen was coming and they'd all be rushing around. And I mean, there was a time when he was out there at nighttime. He was hungry because he came in late. He wanted to eat something. He called me up that he was hungry, that they wouldn't give him any food. And I didn't even think. I'm in my pajamas. I'm pulling out, driving, and I'm stopping at the bank. I'm like, what the hell am I doing? And I said, you get that nurse on the phone right now. I said, I'm telling you right now, because the drive would have been 45 minutes to an hour at 11 o'clock at night, and I had to go to work in the morning. And I
mm,
said, you get him a sandwich. Do you understand? And I said, are you looking at him right now? You tell him. And sure enough, she did it. But I had to act a certain way. Like, I hate to say use it, but I act like it. But I did act like an animal. I had to act like that all the time because I had to get what I wanted to say. They didn't listen, but if I yelled like that, then they finally listened. So they
mm.
knew that I was always coming at a certain time. So they always make sure that he was always clean and everything, but they'd all be rushing around, be 5 nurses running in the
Well, I went to the
room.
emergency room one time, and I had pneumonia, but
Mhm.
I didn't know I had pneumonia, and but I was having chest pains, and so I said, I just got back from South Carolina. I've been in the car for like 6 hours. I've been sick while I was up there a little bit, but now it's like I'm having chest pains and I'm really, having trouble breathing. Well, they thought that I might have had a blood clot because of riding
Uh-huh.
in the car. So they went ahead and they, got me a CT scan or an MRI, whatever it was. And they were like, oh, you have pneumonia, we have to admit you. Well, they didn't have any beds.
Yep,
And
had that too.
they they put us in this big room that had just the curtains between the beds, and there was probably 10 of us in there. And it's like 3 o'clock in the morning, and they're like, we don't have any beds.
That's
So
terrible.
the next morning, We still didn't have a room, still didn't have a bed. My daughter's waiting for me to call her and tell her, bring my stuff because I'm admitted in a room now, you know.
Mhm.
And she's got my granddaughter, and I'm like, I don't really want her bringing the baby up there, you know, but I needed my stuff brought up there. But anyhow, it was like after 12 o'clock, and we had not had anything to eat or drink. None of the
Terrible.
patients had had any medication. I mean, it was like
Mhm.
nothing. We were like in a holding pattern. Nothing was being done medically for us. We were
Mhm.
waiting until we would get a room. And finally, this one nurse came in, and it was a male nurse, and he was like, um, did they get a tray for breakfast? No. Did they get a tray for lunch? No. He was like, I'll
Wow.
be back. He went to the cafeteria, I guess. He came back with sandwiches and canned sodas. Now, I was very diabetic, and I probably shouldn't have had that. But after not having anything to eat for like over 24 hours, it was like, yes, I will take a sandwich and I will
Mhm.
take a soda, you know. Well, the man in the bed next to me had really bad kidney issues, and his son was there, and his son had stepped out. They gave him the sandwich and the soda, and he was like me over there, you know, eating it. His son comes back in, and he's like, you can't have that, you know. And I'm like,
Wow.
listen, he hasn't had anything to eat for, you know, 24 hours. It's like,
Uh-huh.
let the man eat a sandwich, you know. And his son's like, but he has kidney problems. I said, well, he's going to die of starvation. So,
Mhm.
you know, what's the difference? He dies from a kidney problem or he dies from starvation. Let the
Uh-huh.
man eat a sandwich, you know? And then his son finally gets it away from him, but he probably got half of it down before his son took it away from him. But I'm like, you know, all like there was 10 of us. It was like, what are we doing here? Why, you know, we're too sick to go home, but we're not sick enough for them to actually be treating us.
Uh-huh.
They're just
Absolutely.
holding us here for whatever, you
Yeah.
know.
There was one time where my husband, we were in the hospital and trying to remember what happened. It was something with I had just had kidney cancer. I was going back to work. In the meantime, what he was doing was he was taking aspirin, but when you're on warfarin, you're not allowed to. So like he's bleeding from his nose. He couldn't clot. And I was just about to go to work on that Monday. And of course, Sunday night, everything just goes wrong. So we had to go to the hospital, and we were waiting to get admitted. And while we were downstairs, there was no room, no beds, no nothing. And this is during the virus and the time. And I was watching, and this hospital was in New York. We always went to New Jersey hospitals, not New York. And I should have really went to New Jersey, and I would have never been like this because they really messed him up. And he was never able to walk again. He was done. After that, he was done. But while they were there, the nurse is there, and the guy's in the room, and she's making all kinds of faces, and she don't know what to do. So she goes, yells to the nurse, but she does it in a mousy way. She goes, "He's not breathing. He's not breathing." And the lady doesn't even hear because I don't think she could hear. So I'm like, screw this. I'm out in the hallway, and I'm like, code blue, code blue. The guy's not breathing. They're bringing the chart, and I'm finding out this guy had the virus. I'm taking my husband's gurney and I'm rolling it this way. The cart's coming this way. And I moved out of the way. And when I was leaving, the nurse was thankful. They ended up giving me a corner room with its own bathroom and everything because I guess because I was just like, I was done at that point. And,
Hmm.
but I mean, I cannot believe, that someone almost died. It was somebody's father that almost died because nobody did anything. You know what I mean? Like then nobody could do anything until I yelled it. And I was like, I cannot believe this. I got to get out of this hospital. But sure enough, I was New Jersey, Blue Cross Blue Shield. I was in New York. It took them over a week, and they couldn't figure it out to get him in there for New Jersey to get the going through the porthole. So my husband was stuck in a hospital for over a week, and nothing was getting done. And at the time, we had Medicaid too because we had lost everything at that time. And I needed it because he had an aide that had to come in and take care of him because he couldn't be left alone, and I couldn't stay home because I needed to work. And it was just so crazy. I forgot what I was talking about, but it was unbelievable. It really truly was. I forgot what the story was about, but that's what happened.
Well, it seems to me like it, nobody, there's nobody like you said, the electric company told you
Imagine?
this, this is available, you should apply for this,
Yeah,
it's like crazy
I was
how we
shocked.
don't know what services and what things are available
Hmm.
to people, but it's like a trade secret. Nobody
Yeah.
wants to tell
Nobody wanted to
anybody.
share that. And it really stunk because like I didn't make much money. And when my husband back moved up here, like he had his own business. And then after with 9/11, the business sort of folded because he was a cabinet maker. Everybody started going to Home Depot. They didn't spend their fun money on cabinets and this and that. And don't get me wrong, we had a good life. But what ended up happening was I forgot what I was going to say again. I guess senility has really turned me in. What were we just talking about?
About the electric company
Oh,
telling
good
you.
company. But I mean, I went to the state of New Jersey and Hackensack, and we went there to find out because as soon as this happened, and it was with Social Security, I wanted to make sure I had everything. So he went on long-term disability for 2 years, and after that 2 years, he ended up going right into Medicare. That was it. And we always were on Medicare. And then when I got sick in 2017, that was when he went on to, no, 2021. That's when I know what it was. We had to go on Medicaid because I had to apply. And I had taken a leave of absence because I was sick with kidney cancer. I was going back. I came back for a few months and then I had to take a family leave for him because I couldn't leave him alone and I could not get an aid because it was so expensive. I had to go under Medicaid. And it was 2 weeks before I had to go back to work after that 3 months. We got the approval and we were able to get an aid, and the aid came and took care of my husband. I mean, it was hard getting good aids, but once we had those good aids, um, I was forever grateful. And I love them always because they took good care of my husband. They respected him, they took care of him. And I was very, very appreciative. They come in your home and they're part of the family, they're there,
Right.
so, and then at the end, it was more like
I don't
7 days a
even know
week.
that's even available. That's what's so sad,
That's sad.
that
It
we
is.
don't know, and people struggle with trying to take care of their family members, and there's all these programs out there, and some people just seem to know, and then other people don't know anything about it, and then
Yeah.
you find out things after you've gone through all your savings, and
Hmm.
you've gone through all this stuff. It's
Yeah.
just I don't know. I don't want to live in another country, but I would love to have a better
Yeah.
system than we
when
have.
when my husband had the chemo treatment, I think it was the chemo pill. I don't know if it was like $2,500, whatever, but I didn't know it at the time, but I learned real quick because I used to go online all the time and look. And you can go to the pharmaceutical company, and if this is for anybody, if you have a drug that you want and you cannot afford, you can write to the pharmaceutical company, find out who makes it, and there is in there that they give out like you can fill an application for free. And
Mhm.
that's what we ended up doing. So it was some kind of cancer site. They did different kinds of cancers, and the year that I did it, that my husband had it, they dealt with brain cancer, breast cancer, and another cancer. So they were able to take care of that pill for 100%. So I did not have to pay. But it was great. There are people out there. I joined a brain cancer site, and I would give information to everybody. I always did, because if you don't know, then you don't know. And I have to be honest with you, the Cancer Society that does those Relay for Lives. My husband was 45 minutes away. I didn't even have money for gas. And I asked them if they could please, maybe, donate or give me gas cards so I can visit my husband. And they were like, no. And I said, and I went on them and I said, you're telling me you have a Relay for Life in each town in the state of New Jersey. I said, you do that for New York, California, all the 50 states. And when somebody needs help, you are going to deny them. And just to shut me up, they sent me a check for $100. But I was annoyed by that. And I never gave to them again. I refused because I
That,
felt that the money that was given was not going to the right place. It was like, it was, if it was
yeah,
at $100, how much are they really keeping for themselves? And how much is really going to the people? And I said that in my
that's
letter.
the
And I
thing.
must have touched a nerve because they gave me the thing. And I
Yeah,
was going to be like, screw you, take your money and you know what you can do with it. But I needed it. And so I took it, you
yeah.
know?
But that's the thing, people have stopped giving to charities because the charities are not legit and they're
Mhm.
not helping people.
Well, there's scammers. There's some scammers and
Yeah.
they're doing it for everybody else.
And I mean, because I used to give to all kind when I worked, I used to
Hmm.
give to all kinds of charities, and then people would be like, "You need to check that charity out before you
Hmm.
give them your hard-earned money." And then I started finding out about all these charities that people are getting rich off
Uh-huh.
of people that are working, that are struggling to try to help somebody.
Hmm.
And then when the people need the help, it's not there. They won't give
Yeah.
them the help.
There was
Yeah,
also one, it was called the Cancer Fund. I don't know if it's still available. I think I have the right name, but they were very good. Every month they would send out, whether it was clothes that I couldn't fit in or something, they sent out like, deodorants and things like that. They were always very, very helpful and they always tried. I believe they went out of business because they couldn't, what I mean? They didn't have the funds, but there's
right.
people that really, really, you would really want to help that really tried, but everything is so expensive. I mean, that was years ago. I didn't need it. At the time, I needed the help. And then, I had gotten a job where I had the benefits and everything. So my husband was getting Social Security. So we were fine. I didn't ask for anything. I never asked. I was just very, very blessed that my husband was alive and we were doing okay and we were living. And that's all I cared for. I didn't, there was actually also a benefit for my husband, my girlfriend who I knew, my husband knew from where he lived and went to school. And my girlfriends, they all had a benefit for me at the night of Columbus. And they raised money, and the money that they raised, that kept me afloat for 2 years. I did not spend that money. I only spent it on my mortgage or if I needed something for lights, if I needed something that wasn't covered for Steve. And to have that money was such a blessing. And I didn't have to worry because every night I went to bed, I thought about Steve, thought about the cancer, I thought about the bills. I hated going to the mailbox because if I went to the mailbox, I knew that there was bills there. And when he was in the hospital, when he had the chemo melted all the hardware in his head, we had one doctor and he charged 400 and something dollars to come visit my husband. I don't know if it was once a day or twice a day. He would be, hello, Mr. Doyle, and he would charge. And whatever the insurance company allowed, he wanted a difference. So I owed thousands and thousands of dollars. It took me 10 years to pay that off. I had a hospital bill. They wanted to put a lien against my house at the time. And I was so vocal in the lawyer's office signing up for them. They didn't feel comfortable with me because I was a real firecracker. I wrote to my senators at the time. It was Senator Mendez of the state of New Jersey. Um, some people feel he was crooked. I loved him. I don't care. His people called me up. They said, Ellen, don't sign nothing with them or nothing. And a few days later, the hospital uh, gave me a price of what I owed, no interest, nothing. And I paid it off. And I think I gave them, because not that I was being spiteful at the time, I was the only person working. I was only making, in the summer I didn't even work, but I was only making, $800 a month. I was giving them $500. What they did was they held the check so that it would go into collections. Do you believe that? Can you believe it? Is that a scummy thing to do for a person? And then they're like, oh no, when they want to talk to you, oh no, well, how about $100? No, I can't pay you for $100. If I had $100, I would have gave it to you. And then I had some doctors, I would give $5. I would write a long letter. I had a letter that was 8 pages long type. And I told them my husband's story. And there was people that took the check back and said balance is 0. But this scumbag, him,
Mm,
I had to pay for 10 years. And I think I had another bill after that. But what I did was I said, paid in full, we're done. And the other bill, just let it go. But 10 years, can you imagine 10 years I paid? Because what
yeah.
they do is when my husband never worked again, but they took what he made prior. So when you try to get that help, they only said that I only was able to get 40%. I was responsible for 60%, even though I had no salary or nothing. It didn't matter. I
Mhm.
was still responsible. They don't want to know
Yeah.
nothing. And if you went on the hospital site, it showed, oh, we care about you, blah, 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 blah. No, they
Yeah.
don't. No, they
They
don't.
don't. They don't.
So, but
They don't.
Senator Mendez helped
I
me,
went.
and I
I went
appreciative.
through when I became disabled. I all my insurance, health insurance, life insurance, everything was connected to my job.
Mhm.
So I went on short term disability, then I went on long term disability, and then I got on government disability.
Mhm.
But government disability, like you said, you have to be on it 2 years before you can get Medicare.
Yeah.
And so I had a 2 year period, well, longer than 2 years, but a period where I didn't have any insurance.
Mhm.
And our hospital, not where I live, but in the next town over, the bigger town, the hospital just luckily had gotten this grant and
Wow.
had opened up this like free clinic type thing where it was based on your income
Mhm.
and like on a sliding scale or whatever. And they were able to see, I could see a doctor. They didn't charge me for lab tests or for x rays.
Mhm.
And they helped me go through the pharmaceutical companies and get my medicines
Wow.
because
You're lucky.
I couldn't afford, to pay for any of that. And once you got on the disability, you could no longer go to that free
Uh-huh.
place. And so then I had to, be on the Medicare. But I don't know what I would have done in that 2 year period with,
Mhm.
nothing. And I don't understand how, I was on my job for 17 and a half years.
Mhm.
And oh, yeah, I could have kept my insurance if I would have paid thousands
Paid
of dollars
thousands and
a month,
thousands of dollars.
but I had no income. So how was I going to, you know,
Yeah. I was very
and
blessed that we had New Jersey Protect. And when they say with like the Obamacare and stuff, like I understand it, but the state of New Jersey, they did really, I had very, very good insurance. And I think it only cost me like 200 and maybe $80 or two. I don't really remember, but I know it was in the 200 range. But
Mhm.
they covered like everything, everything.
Yeah.
And they did good for New Jersey. They did really, really well. The only thing is when we went, as soon as my husband, when he was first diagnosed with brain cancer, as soon as he got out of the hospital, the very next day, we went down to Hackensack to file everything. So like it was like 2 years in one day. That check was already established. Like we had everything established, but when we filled out the paperwork, I think I was 100 and something dollars short because I owned a used car and my car was so old and I
Oh,
couldn't, I was always on that borderline. And it's like, well, I need the car. I mean, my husband he couldn't drive anymore because he had seizures, but, you know, uh,
mhm.
but I never got anything, but God came through when he got really sick and he needed an aid, and I had to go back to work. I was able to get the aid for him, and it was such a blessing. I don't know what I would have done if they would have denied us. I don't know. I would have lost everything. I would have probably been homeless. I don't know. I
Yeah, and that's why I have faith in God, because when
absolutely.
you don't see a way and you just don't know. I mean, there's, nothing is going to help you. And then something like that, a free clinic. I was like, and it was on the radio. I'm driving
Yeah,
in the car and I hear this radio
that's
commercial
God.
about this new clinic, and I'm like, am I hearing this right? Because it sure sounds like exactly what I need.
What I
I
need.
was
Can you
right there.
imagine?
I went right to it and I was like, is this for real? And she was like, just fill out this paper and It
Wow.
was.
It's
But
unbelievable.
if it hadn't been for me being listening to that radio station right at the time of that ad, I would have never known anything about it, you know.
Hmm. Yeah,
So
I remember. And then there was one
I don't
time,
care. People can say there's no God all day
no,
long. I don't care.
absolutely.
Too
I,
many,
I remember
too
one,
many things
I
have
remember one
happened in
time.
my life that make me know there is a God. You know.
Absolutely, they're miracles. Because I remember
Yeah.
one. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but there was one time we were going for the MRI because we used to have to go once a year for him. With the, I don't know if it was you started when it started off every 3 months, went to 4 months, 6 months, and then every year we always had to get an MRI. And when we pulled up, there was a car in front of us that said, "God is good." I said, "Steve, we're good. We don't have to worry about it." Like we get nervous. There's no nervous because we saw the sign, and sure enough, he was fine. You know, I
Yeah.
did. I always believed in that, and we were always very, very blessed, and we were very, very lucky. And no matter what, you know, my husband, when he had that infection from um from the chemo melted everything in his head, they had to take his bone flap out here, so he had it whole. It was hollow, and I didn't see him like that. I saw him as my husband. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
handsome and stuff. And we used to go out and he used to always wear a hat. That's why he always wore a hat, fedora hat. It was because of that reason. And I remember one time we forgot because it's like we were leaving. You just don't think. And I was like, oh my God, I go, your hat. Because people were staring at him. I didn't realize how people could be so rude. But I never saw him like that with, you know, with a disability or the whole in anything. And then the doctor said, "Do you want to do cosmetic surgery? Do you want to get that fixed?" And I'm like, "No, he's fine. We're not going to worry about that." You know, I had to be careful that he didn't fall or anything like that.
Yeah.
But,
Right. Right.
you know, but I was
That's what
very, very
love is,
lucky.
though. You know, that's love.
Yeah, it truly,
So
truly
many,
is.
so many people don't even know what love really is. And when you don't see the changes or the difference, because you're loving with your heart and your heart is loving his heart, and that,
Mhm.
you just don't see those kind of things. Uh,
Yeah, he always had a twinkle in his eye. He was always doing something. He was always, you know, he wasn't allowed to smoke, but he smoked. The lung doctor said, "Yeah, do whatever." He says, "My doctor said, I don't care what your doctor said. What's wrong with you?" So if I went to the supermarket, he was going buying cigarettes and stuff. He always was fighting. He called me up, and this was at the end. He's calling me up, "Ellen, get me a pack of cigarettes." No, I'm not getting you a pack of cigarettes. You got oxygen. Like, you know what I mean? But he was always so silly. And when he was in the hospital, he always had alarms on his bed because he's always getting out of bed. And the one time when he was in the hospital, they gave him too many steroids. He was walking in on Essex Street in Hackensack in the middle of winter. He stole the patient's next to him's clothes to leave
oh
because he
my
thought that was
gosh.
connected.
Oh,
That's how crazy he was. But this was all the time. This is like nothing new, you know. And then after when he was at the other hospital, he was going down the stairs, and his doctor saw him and said, "What are you doing? Get back in bed." And it didn't matter if he had alarms or not. He was on camera. My husband gave them a run for their money, gave me a run for my money. And I remember him being in ICU for months. And, you know, they always wanted to give him mush. And the nurses, we had good nurses, and the nurses are like, "No, give him what you want." I used to go, he wanted like a veal parmesan. And I would sit there and I would feed him to make sure that he didn't choke because he had a hard time chewing and stuff. But
mhm.
I always took care of my husband, always. Whatever he wanted, he got. And even to the very end, I was making him all these dinners at the hospital before he passed, and they could not believe it. He always had an appetite. My husband always loved to eat, always. He loved it. But
And
so,
that's how you know he wouldn't have changed it. He
no,
even though what all he had to go through, that time he had with you,
exactly. We had
you
each
know,
other. We bounced off each other. And
yeah,
it was weird. It was weird because sometimes I would look at him and he would start to cry, and I was like wondering like what happened. But I think it was my husband really thinking and wanting that emotion, and I never gave it to him because I thought there was a issue, like I thought it was a medical issue. I didn't know he was crying. And afterwards I thought about it. I said, "Holy gosh, I feel awful." Like I just never saw that with him because he was always so strong and was always fighting, always. You know what I mean? Like it was just, another day
Yeah.
for him. But I was very, very blessed to have that, because a lot of people that do, when they do get sick, they don't have that opportunity with their family member to do everything that we did. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
I mean, astrocytoma, grade 4, glioblastoma, it was astrocytoma grade 3, then it went to a 4, and he survived and he lived, an extra 12 and a half years. That's a lot.
I was
And if
going
the
to say
cancer,
that's a miracle in it. You
yeah,
know.
but it wasn't the cancer that killed him. It was the pulmonary, because he had so many surgeries, and the smoking and the emphysema and COPD is what killed him. It was his lungs.
Yeah.
And but we had a lot of problems with the oxygen tanks and the oxygen and everything else. And then there was one aide, I'm not going to blame, but he would take the oxygen off and forget. I'd go out and come back, and my husband's like blue, like not being able to breathe, you know what I mean? And we tried to, they had the ZPAP machines to try to bring it back, but at that time he was very, very bad. He had too much you know oxygen in his blood,
Mm,
and that's why it was the last time he was there, because there was too much oxygen in
yeah.
it, because he didn't get it, the CO2, whatever it was, in
Yeah.
there. But it's hard, anybody that is going through this, the only thing is be strong and believe. I mean, I really did not cry in front of my husband. I truly did not. I tried to stay strong for him, because I felt if I lost control, then I felt that he would give up and act a certain way. We always fought, and he was like, "Oh, she's like, they know she's gonna fight."
Well, and I mean, but you probably kept his spirit up
I did. I really did.
by you being like, like you said, I had brain cancer. So you
So,
have brain cancer.
like, let me get up and clap for you. Like, what?
Yeah, it's like what is that? Your excuse? You can do whatever you
It was
want.
never an excuse with him. He never did it. Never. Only that one time. And after my reaction, he never did it again.
Yeah.
Poor man.
Well, I
It was
mean,
hard.
God gave you strength to
Oh,
get
thank you
through it.
so much.
You
I
know,
appreciate it. I really, truly did. And this weekend, or last weekend, I don't even know what today is, Saturday. Last weekend, I went down the shore. I was feeling so lonely, and my girlfriend's supposed to come with me, and they had to cancel. There's medical issues and stuff. I said, I'm going down the shore. And when I was down the shore, I did like 7 lives, and I was with I hate to say my subscribers, but my community.
mm,
And I had such a good time. They gave me hope, they gave me love, and they gave me spirit, and I had such a great time. And when I came back, usually I'm sad, and I wasn't. And I'm just so very blessed and being monetized. I want to thank everybody for that, because if I did not have my channel, I don't know where I would be. Don't lose yourself when you are going through something. I always had like diamond painting. I always, read. I did Sudoku puzzles. Even being at the hospitals, I always did something else. I did not just sit there and think about the same thing over and over again. I always tried.
you didn't let it take over your life.
No, I couldn't. It was because it could be a dark hole and tell me I've been in that hole and I get that hole, but I don't
Yeah.
want to be in that. So I always had something planned, or I had done something for myself. At the times, I used to sometimes even go, my son would come up and I would just go to Atlantic City. I used to get a comp room, and I would just go down there and do nothing and just sit, and I would reload. And then when I came back, I can start all over again, and then I'd burn out, and then I'd do it again. But I had to do whatever I needed to do to help me live my life and be the best person possible, because I didn't get a break. I never really got a break at all. My son would come, but that was it. But I was basically on my own all the time,
And
and that's hard too.
that's what I heard you say earlier. You don't want people to see you like you're a widow and feel sorry for you.
No, I don't want people to feel
They
sorry for
see
me.
you as such a strong fighter, and
Yeah.
they could be going through something that you know nothing about, and they could hear you say, this is how I dealt with it, or this is what and it just motivates people. So
Hmm.
that's why you
Yeah.
got monetized, and that's why you have the
Yeah.
that you
Like
have.
like I think, and my story is different from yours, but every person
Everybody has
in
a
the
story.
world is on a journey, and yours is different than mine, but mine is no less than yours. Yours is just
No.
important as mine.
Exactly.
And that's why I always say be kind to people and, act a certain way. Don't judge. And even, if you see like a homeless person when I go down the shore, um, I always give money or I always buy them dinner or do something. And my girlfriend will be like, no, don't do that. They're going to spend it for alcohol. And my answer is always, well, oh, well, if that makes them happy, I'm not going to judge them. I did not live their life. I wouldn't want them to, but I'm not going to be not human to them. You know what I mean? Like you need to be human to
Right.
people. And
Right.
that's why on my channel, if anybody needs anything, I do shout outs. I understand it's hard and it gets depressing, but I had the first comment made me so happy. And even when I do my shout outs, it makes me happy because somebody could be feeling under the weather. Somebody could be feeling this or that, or they don't, maybe they want to quit. And if I can help that person just realize I am here, keep going, just keep going. Don't stop, don't.
Exactly.
And in
Exactly.
my community, I want everybody to get monetized, not
Right.
just me. And I don't want to be like, ooh, I'm going to keep it a secret or I'm going to do it. No,
Mm-mm.
if you need something, if I know the answer, I will put it in there and try to help someone because that's what I want to do. I don't want anybody to feel a certain way because I want to help people. That's what I'm here for. I don't know how long I have left in life. And I want
Exactly.
to be remembered as a person who cared. I don't want to be jealous. I just don't like that. I just don't like that. And our community, I believe, is not like that. I truly believe we have a good community in
Yeah.
life. I believe we have good people in the world. I truly, truly do. I think people really care. I mean, you have the certain people that are evil or do things, but I think in general, people are actually very good and they want to share. You know what I mean? I think there's a lot of lonely people out there too,
Yeah. When
I
I
truly,
first started my channel, I mean, I didn't see anybody my age having a
Mhm.
channel. It was all young people. I didn't have anybody that, had made any kind of, advancement with their channel who would tell me, okay, try this, do that, whatever. And so I decided, I want to encourage everybody. You can do it.
Everybody.
It doesn't matter what your channel is going to be about or, what your
Hmm.
life is like. Get on there and do it. Just make a video, put it out there,
Hmm.
do it,
And
start
I
small.
think you need to be honest and
Yeah,
don't be fake and just be yourself. Just tell your story because you have something to say. Everybody has something to say.
yes,
And don't fake it because they'll know it. And I truly believe that we have a great group of people. If someone, when my husband passed, I had so many people reach out to me to give me condolences. And that was the most, it touched my heart in so many ways. I don't want to cry because I've been crying all day and yesterday. But it touched my heart.
yeah,
And when I hear people say, "Oh, this and that," I don't believe it. I believe people are truly good, and I am very blessed that I have a community. And I just want to keep going. My goal is 10,000 subs. I want 100, and then I want 1,000,000 someday. So if I'm
there you
alive,
go. There you go. And it can happen. It
it
can
can
happen.
happen. It
I was
absolutely
on a
can.
live stream tonight that one channel is at 50,000 subs, the other one is at 100,000 subs.
Wow.
Now, they both had less than 10,000 subs when I first met both of those channels. So
Mhm.
it is possible. It is
Absolutely.
possible, but it's not going to happen unless you put the time into it and unless you
Absolutely.
are genuine in what you do and mean what you say and do what you say you're going to do.
Mhm.
So many people, I've been for 3.5 years, I've been saying, if you got questions, if you need help with something, let me know. I will tell you anything I know. I will tell you. I will help you any way I can. And it's just now after 3.5 years that people are actually starting to reach out and say, well, what about this? And what about, what do you
Mhm.
think about this, or how did you do that, or whatever. And I'm like, hey, anything I can do to help anybody,
Anything.
right?
Exactly. Because
You
there, I
know,
have seen channels that I am not friends with or I had sub to. They might have 100,000, but if you look in their comments, they only have 3 comments, 4 comments, 10 comments. You mean to tell me if with 100,000 people, you only have 4 people leaving comments? That's strange. That's to
well,
me is not, I
and
don't want that.
the thing about it is I don't even care how many the number is that I
Yeah,
have. I care
exactly.
about the quality of the
Exactly. The
interaction
quality.
that I have
Mhm.
with the people, whether it's through watching a video and leaving a comment, or whether it's
Mhm.
coming in a live stream and leaving a comment. It's, and a lot of times I won't see them in my lives, but
Mhm.
I'll notice that they're live and I'll pop in there, or I'll see a video and I'll leave a comment, and then I'll start seeing them in my, supporting me. And that's how it goes. It's a two-way street. If you're not
Yeah.
willing to support, you can't expect other people to support you. And I think that's what happens when people start getting bigger and bigger. They kind of
Mhm.
forget where they started at,
We started
and
out.
they don't realize that, hey, you still have to be out there supporting other people. You can't just say, oh,
Absolutely.
well, I have X amount of subs and now I don't have to do nothing.
Yeah.
It
And,
doesn't
and,
work that way.
and I remember when it got big, people were just starting to sub. They were in communities just sub, 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 sub. But you have to remember, YouTube is not going to allow that sub. They're just going to erase it. And not only will they erase those 10 subs that you got, they're going to take your other 5 that you got legally.
Right.
And
And
then there was
also,
people that were subbing and it was being taken away. There were some that were unsubscribing. I don't believe that. I believe it was YouTube taking those subs away. And there are people that I have been with for over a year that we all just started subbing. Those subs didn't count, but they are still with me and I appreciate them. But it's the way that it's done. Like you really need, when you are subbing to someone, you need to look at, I always do a long and 2 shorts and I leave comments. And when I see this person, if it's from your channel, I will say, from Echo's channel, and I'll say whatever, and that's it. And then I'll look at the other 2 videos, shorts, but I don't sub to them. I wait for them to come to my community. And if they want and to come and look at my stuff, then I know that they are real. Then I will sub because that sub is going to be a sub and YouTube is going to allow it. You just can't sub, 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 sub. It don't work
right.
like that.
And I just said this on my live on Friday. If you're only subbing to someone to get them to
Mhm.
sub to you, don't bother, because
Exactly.
that's going to cancel each other out.
It's going to can't absolutely. And exactly.
Also, if you're going to sub to a channel and but you're never going to watch their content, don't bother,
Hmm. Yeah.
because that sub doesn't count, especially once you're monetized. What counts
Hmm.
are your views and how long somebody watches and whether or not they watch your ads. Those are the things that matter. So
Hmm.
if they just sub to be subbing and you never see them again, that's how people get 100,000 subs and have 4
Yeah.
comments, because the people are not technically watching their content or
Yeah.
watching your channel.
See, I want
Also,
engagement. I want to
yeah,
be engaged.
engagement. And also, if you're going to look at a video, but you don't have time to watch the video, don't even click on that video. Just put
Hmm.
it in your watch later. And then when you have time to sit down and actually play it, sit down and play it. Because when
Hmm.
you click on it and click off, that tells YouTube you didn't like it.
You didn't like it.
And when you look at the analytics, it's like, oh, you had, 20 people click and they stayed 2 seconds. I'd rather
Hmm.
have 5 people that stayed to the end.
Uh-huh. That's what I
You
told my brother. I said, if you're going to watch my channel, I said, you got to watch the whole channel. If you're not,
know?
don't come
Yep.
there.
Yep. And so many people are like, why are you telling people not to sub to you? Why are you telling people not to watch your content? No, I'm saying sub to me, engage with me, watch my content.
Hmm.
If you're not going to do those things, you're not doing me any favors
No, you're
by
not.
subbing and clicking and going. Who,
Hmm.
so and it's really hard. It's so hard. because so many people think they know how YouTube works and what's going to count and what's not going to
Hmm.
count, how to do it and all of that. And I got so much bad advice when I started out.
I
I
did
got
too.
told
I
so
did
many
too.
things.
I'm just gonna
And
put my
it's
battery in.
like I would say, where is that in black and white? But
Uh-huh.
can you show me where you learned that? Well, I learned it from so and so, and they've got 50,000 subs. Okay, they got 50,000 subs, but how is their engagement? I actually know a channel that has over 400,000 subs.
Wow, that's
Their
crazy.
engagement is worse than mine, and I only have 3,000 subs.
Uh-huh.
Now,
Wow.
like I said, something is wrong with that picture. I don't care who you
Hmm.
are, something
And
is
I think
wrong with that
though it
picture.
would ruin your analytics because then it shows that your videos, like that being
Exactly.
so high, it's a
And
negative. It's not a positive.
got so many subscribers, but nobody watches anything. And sharing out a video, and it doesn't matter if you share it on I was going to say Facebook, Facebook. It doesn't matter if you share it, to somebody's messenger, to somebody's email, to somebody's text. All of that shows YouTube that you liked that content, you
Hmm.
know? So it's
Yeah.
like if you can share somebody's video out, it helps them so much more than just
I'm always
you
very appreciative if
watching.
somebody shares it out. I truly am.
Yeah,
It,
I
it
am
you
so
know.
appreciative too. And it's like I'll have certain people who will share me out, and then I'll be so happy they shared me out. I'll go to their channel and I'll be like, let me find something I'm interested in to watch so that I can
Mhm.
share it out, to help them. And
Yeah, I have to be honest with you. I never thought about sharing back out because I
yeah,
always do the shout out. I have to get into that. I have to start doing that more. I find that now I am like I was 2 months behind on my comments. I'm back to like a month. But there was a time, I guess, like almost like a month ago, I was doing so many comments that they were all being deleted. And I was like, I would go back and I'd look and see, well, I checked it, but where's my comments? My comments are all missing. And,
yeah,
you know, it's hard. It really is.
it
I'm
is.
trying. I don't know if it's because I did too many or what. I have no idea. I have no idea.
Very hard to keep if you can't keep up with it daily as far as who's commenting on your content and
Hmm.
you're commenting on people's content. And I used to, really work on subscribing to people. Now it's like I'll take a screenshot and then maybe once a week I'll go through all those screenshots and I'll make a
Hmm.
list, and then I'll start trying to get to those channels. But
Yeah. Well,
you
that's what
can't
happened
do
with
it,
me.
so quick because there's just too much.
Hmm. Because I was
Um,
like 2 months behind, and I'm like, oh my god, there was a new sub I didn't know,
yeah.
and there was no acknowledgement, there was no nothing, and I take it personal because I try to be diligent on my stuff. I truly
Hmm.
do, and I can't. It's like I can't control it, and that's what I don't like because I like to be in control all the time. It's hard.
It is. It really is. But if you're not willing to put the work into it, then you're not going to see growth.
Yeah, no, I agree. And at
And,
this point,
and
I don't look for
sometimes,
subscribers. They
yeah.
come now to me.
And it's so funny how some people are not growing. They're doing all
Hmm.
the things that everybody else is doing, but for some reason they're not growing. And I
Hmm.
don't quite know exactly what like what piece of the equation is missing that they're not
Hmm.
connecting with people, or
Yeah.
they're not growing a community. But I think there's a big difference between growing a channel and growing a community. And,
Hmm.
and when you stop worrying about growing a channel and you start trying to grow a community, I think you not only get the channel
Quality.
and the community together, but you get more back out of it. Because,
Hmm.
and I've said this 100 times, I am not going to make a video I don't want to make. I don't care
Hmm.
what the trend is. I don't care what somebody else had that went viral. You know, I make my videos for me. It's about
Yeah.
something I want to make a video about. It's about my granddaughter. It's about my family, whatever. And if I don't want to make the video, I'm not going to make it. And I don't care if nobody watches that video. If
Uh-huh.
I took the time to make it, then I wanted to make it. And
Hmm.
I don't do anything I don't want to do. I used to
Hmm.
be a people pleaser. I used to like, who cared if I had time for myself or anything like that. And the more I healed, the more I realized that it's my life, you know?
Hmm.
I
Now,
mean,
do you look
yes,
at your
I
analytics?
pardon me.
Do you look at your analytics? Because I
Yeah,
don't, because I can't figure it out. Because I always
I
get letters
will.
from SEO saying, "Oh, you can do better in this, this, and this," and I'm like, I'm
Don't
doing the
don't
best that I can.
don't listen to those people. Those people want to charge you money to do
That's
something
what
you
I understand that. But when you look at your analytics, what are you looking at?
now the analytics are so much better than they were even just a year ago. Okay. It will show you new subscriber or new viewers, how many are what they call your regular viewers, and how many are casual viewers. Then
Hmm.
you can look at each individual video and see how long did somebody watch that video. Okay.
Wow.
Are people just clicking, leaving a quick comment, and going on about their business? Because now it's not about watch hours to get monetized, it's about the AdSense. You want
Hmm.
them to watch the video and you want them to play those ads. Okay. And if they click and go, they didn't get to an ad. You realize they only put an ad in a mid roll of an 8-minute video. So if you have a
Hmm.
3-minute video, you're probably not even going to see an ad. And
Okay.
I'm just now realizing this. I've been doing a video every day about 3 minutes long. I'm going to start doing 2 videos a week and make them like 8 to 10 minutes
Yeah,
long
that's what I try to
so
do. Is
that
like,
I get the ad in the middle of the roll. Now,
hmm,
you actually make more money on a live stream
really,
than you make on a video.
wow.
Now, your short videos are meant,
Okay, I have a question about that. But go
okay,
now. Do you have
short,
short videos, or did you take them away?
no, I have them. Short videos are meant to bring people to the channel to check out
Exactly.
the channel. So whatever you put on a short video needs to be somewhat representative of what your content is.
Hmm.
If you make a short video about, Christmas decorating, let's just say, and you have no videos on your channel about you decorating anything ever, that's kind of misrepresentation. The
Uh-huh.
person's going to click on it and then come to your channel and be like, well, I don't even see that you decorate anything. Okay. Same thing like a cooking video. I don't do cooking on my channel. I don't make cooking videos, but I'm going to put a cooking short up there that I created. And people are going to think it's a cooking channel and they're going to come look at my channel and be like, where the heck is the
Hmm.
cooking? You know? So
Yeah.
it needs to be whether it's that you repurpose something from a longer video or something from a live stream, or you make something totally new, but it needs to be representative of what they're going to find when they come to your channel.
Hmm.
Now,
Okay.
the majority of the people that click on those shorts, and even if they subscribe from the short, may never come to your channel. But if you get 1 out of 100 that come and connect and engage with your community, you'll grow.
Yeah.
So I know a lot of people say, get rid of the shorts. Shorts don't count towards watch hours.
No.
You do get paid for AdSense on shorts. It's
What do they
pennies.
charge for that? What do they? Is it? What is it?
It's pennies on the shorts, okay?
Hmm.
Unless the short goes viral. Now, what is a viral short? To me, I don't think it's viral unless it's like 20 or 30,000 views.
Uh-huh.
Okay. I can
Yeah,
get
I never had that.
10,000 views, you know. I can do a video and it can get 10,000 views.
Wow.
A lot of my videos will get over 1,000 views.
Hmm.
But one video might do 1,000. The very next video short will do 12, and then the next one will do whatever,
Yeah, yeah.
You can't get
Well, why is
discouraged.
that? Do you know why it is, or just as it's the way it is?
It's just how YouTube decides to push things out, because you can have, they can be the exact same kind of video, same kind of music, same kind of content,
Mm-hmm.
released at the same time, the same length of video. One can do great, one can do horrible. It just
Mm-hmm.
depends on what YouTube does.
Okay. See
Okay,
what?
this is another thing that I'm just learning and figuring out.
Mm-hmm.
The channels that you subscribe to, that you, not that subscribe to you, but
Mm-hmm.
that you subscribe to, YouTube looks at that and says, okay, you're interested in this, this, and this. And those are the channels they're going to show you.
Okay.
Okay. So, like, if you start watching, like, I recently have started watching a lot more Christian content.
Mm-hmm.
So, I get all these Christian content creators being shown to me.
Mm-hmm.
But during Fall Fest, which was a collaboration I joined, and it had channels from a lot of homesteading community,
Mm-hmm.
I was getting a lot more, because I was part of that collaboration. You had to sub to the person and watch
Mm-hmm.
their videos. And so I was getting a lot more of those kind of channels. So the same thing happens to our subscribers. Who they subscribe to is what they're going to be shown. So if they like the kind of content that you make, then they'll be shown more of that content. And say you're making an inspirational video, it's going to get shown to a lot more people looking for inspirational videos than it's
Mm-hmm.
going to get shown to a cooking community or the homesteading community, or whatever it might be. So if you can get somebody in these other communities to share that video out with their community,
Then you have more
it
communities.
may get shown in an area that YouTube's not going to push it out to. So
Mm-hmm.
I do have friends that will say, hey, can you share this video for me? I'll share a video for you. And we do that to try to get into the different, areas.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah.
I've been
Yeah.
I've been super, super lucky with a lot of different communities of
Mm-hmm.
things that I'm interested in personally that I may not do on my channel. But when I go to that community, it's just like they just are so welcoming. I
Welcoming.
hope that people find that when they come to my community, that we're
Oh,
welcoming,
definitely. Yes.
to come. Now, you said you had a question about shorts, and I kind of cut you
Oh,
off.
no, the shorts, I was saying, uh, I had, when people were coming in my shorts, when I cut them all out, I lost 20 because I love the way that YouTube is now. I can ask them a question and it
Yeah.
tells you that so many people, this and that, you got to work on this. And I said, well, the reason why I went down 21% is because I cut my shorts. Yes, that's a that was it. But I said, is it worth it? And then they're giving me different ideas that they're telling me. And I knew this. People will come and look at my shorts. Some might transfer over, but some might not. And and then I find that like some people, when I was looking for subs, would only look at the shorts and not look at my long. And at that point, my hours were going down. I could not get it until I cut that all out. And once I did, I was able to do my restreams and my lives. And that is how I got to monetization. You know what I mean? Like I did it that way. I cut it out, but I feel bad because I really want to bring them back, you know? And it was like I
Now
spent
that
so
you're
much
monetized, you need to bring them back.
so to bring people
Because
in, okay,
you need
because
to.
I have over 350 ones that I had made, and it
Yeah.
was more motivation, inspirational, AI. Some I don't want to bring back because I'm like, oh my god, I can't believe they were good videos, but I used somebody else's voice. I want to use my own. I use
Yeah.
Flicky, and
Yeah.
I used my own voice
Right.
on that.
And you can repurpose them. You can,
Yes,
use the footage, or you change the voice or
yeah,
whatever like that you want
but
to
I
do.
want to bring them back. I should then, is what
Yes.
you're saying.
Yes. Because now that you have your channel and is monetized, you're not necessarily looking for subs, you're looking for exposure. You want
Uh-huh.
people to come to your channel and watch your content. The people
Hmm.
who are coming and watching a couple of shorts, I never watch the shorts for me subbing to somebody. I always watch longer videos
Hmm.
because I know that those watch time counts on the longer videos and the live streams. Does it count on the shorts? Unless you're going to get, what is it, a million views in
Yeah,
nine,
I'm never
3
getting a
months
million
or
views.
something like that? I don't know nobody who's done that yet. Um, but it's all about, now that you are monetized, it's about exposure because you want to keep growing.
Now, do you think YouTube will expose me more out because I am monetized and they want to make money? And will I be on another plateau? Well, they'll throw me a bone and say, well, it's Cavell and Smile. You know what I mean?
And what will happen too is the more consistent you are, and that doesn't mean quantity necessarily.
No,
It
quality.
means the quality, but the consistency. A
Hmm.
lot of people will take a break and it's like they won't put anything out for a week. You fall out of the algorithm,
That's a long time.
algorithm, whatever how you say it. So
Hmm.
what you need to do, I have a vacation coming up the end of this month. So what I'll do is I will make content and schedule it to come out while I'm on
That's
vacation.
what I did right now.
And
That's what I did.
then I will go live at some point during my vacation. Uh,
Hmm.
Not necessarily on my regular schedule, but I will still have some time, in live streams. But a lot of people just, oh, I'm taking a break. They don't do anything. They have no content come out for
No,
a
then
week
that's
or
like
two.
then it goes back down and you got to work it back up again.
Yes. And then you got to get back in there for them to be pushing you out.
Hmm. Okay. So
And
that's what I really have to do.
a good way to know if they're pushing you out or not,
Is
have
that
have your friends tell you if your video shows up as a recommended video to them.
okay?
Because the only way those videos get recommended is if YouTube recommends it to someone. This
Hmm.
is another thing you need to be looking at in your analytics is how do people find your channel?
Okay.
Because one of the ways people find your channel is by YouTube recommending a video to them.
Hmm.
So
Okay.
say that I put out Christian content. I put out Christian content. I watch a lot of Christian content. Eventually, YouTube will suggest one of my Christian content videos to other Christian content communities.
Hmm.
Some of them will then come and look at my content and some of them won't. But it's all a numbers game as far as, it's a percentage. You might have to
Hmm.
do, like I have 3,170 something videos. Okay.
Wow.
I have 3,170 subscribers. I have like a video for every
Every
subscriber I
video.
have,
Okay.
whether it be a
Yeah.
short video, a longer video, or a live stream. So it's like my content is consistent. It's like I'm just constantly putting it out, putting it out, putting it out. And therefore, YouTube will share it out. But
So
you
when you put
can't
it
make
your
people
long out, do you
lie.
do a long short, or you just do like how many shorts
I
do you do
do
a week?
I
Whatever
do a
comes.
short. I do a short every day.
See, that's what I used to do too. I love the shorts. I
I
truly
right now,
enjoyed
right
it.
now, I'm doing this calendar.
Hmm.
I do a 15-second video of this calendar with some kind of inspirational song.
Hmm.
That's every single day.
When you say a song
And
now,
then
do you do the music yourself?
sometimes I use my own original music, and sometimes I do
Wow.
it. If you do it through your YouTube app, you can put a 15-second clip of music on there of popular music and be able to use that.
Oh, I didn't know that. Okay.
Okay. So then, whatever is going on in my life, I may make a short and put it up too. But this is
Hmm.
an everyday thing. This is going to come out every day, regardless.
Hmm.
And
Yeah.
then I have whatever other shorts I decide to put out. And then I was doing a video every day, like I said, a shorter video. And I don't know why it hadn't dawned on me before. So now I'm going to do basically the same content I did over 6 days. I'm just going to do it on 2 days a week so that
Mm-hmm.
they're longer, so that I'll get they'll watch them longer. So we're
Mm-hmm.
going to see how that goes. Then also, I was putting out these other videos throughout the week and doing live streams. And I've been doing exercise work Monday, Wednesday, Friday. And I had
Mm-hmm.
only been doing it for about 20 to 30 minutes as a video. Then I got the idea, well, I'm going to do it as a live stream because I would put it off. I was like, I need to schedule it and have it be, I have to do it, at this time.
Mm-hmm.
So I decided to schedule Monday, Wednesday, Friday. And then I got to thinking, well, instead of doing another live stream on that same day or whatever, because I had a regular Wednesday noon live. And so I would do the workout at 10, go off, come back at noon. I was like, now, are people really going to hang around or come back? So I said, why are you not doing your workout, and instead of cutting that 30 minutes and then coming back
Right.
again, just go ahead and do content after you do your workout.
Uh-huh.
And so I was doing inspirational, like positive affirmations. So
Mm-hmm.
on my Monday workout, it's going to be motivating Mondays. And after I do my workout, I'm going to share those positive affirmations. My Wednesday live was called Wellness Wednesday. So when I get done doing my workout, I'll talk about whatever content I would have put out about
Mm-hmm.
wellness. Then I'm involved in a collaboration on Fridays called Funtastic Fridays. So I had been putting out a video for that. So now I've decided my Friday workout will be a Funtastic Friday workout. I'll do the workout, then I'll talk about the Funtastic Friday. And that way I got 3 lives, but yet I have all that content I like to do
Mm-hmm.
and get it at one time, have it be done. Then I don't have to be going and coming back. Okay, now I got to get the video. And when I was doing the workouts as videos, I would record the workout, download it to my editing program, edit it, upload it to YouTube, and then do it as a premiere.
Mm-hmm.
It took me half the day just to do that one thing. So
Yeah. Yeah.
now that I do it live,
You have
I
to worry.
literally schedule it ahead of time. When it's time to do it, I turn the computer on and I go live, and that's it. I don't have to do all that uploading and editing and downloading. But see, you got to work smarter instead of harder. But
Mm-hmm.
it takes, like, you got to figure out what that means to you. What is easier for you to be able to be consistent
Yeah.
and put out good content, and yet still uh, do what you want to do with the rest of your life. I mean, I don't
Yeah.
want to be like having to do YouTube every day,
Yeah.
or even if I had to do it every day, I don't want it to be so time consuming. And then you get 20 views on a video and you're like, it took me so long to make that
Well,
video.
that's what it was. It was like 9 hours. I was doing something. I got like 40 hits. I'm like, oh my gosh. But it's weird because when I started more off, when I was doing the shorts, I would get like a couple hundred. And then I stopped and I wasn't consistent. And then it would go down. It really went, it was like always, if it was a good video, it always hit like almost like 500 or something or whatever it was. But then I stopped. And then I wasn't consistent anymore, and it wasn't coming out every day. And I feel like I was not burning out, but I think I should have kept going every day. You know what I mean? And just be consistent with it. And I wasn't.
Mm-hmm.
And I think
And
what I'm going to do is I'm going to check my videos. And if I don't like them, I'm going to redo them over on Flicky, and I'm going to rewrite it all over, the words, everything, and use my voice, because I use other people's voices, because at the time I didn't know that I could use my voice. You know what I mean? And I don't like it that it's not me. I think it's so fake.
yeah, yeah.
But that's it. But I also want to try the music. But it's just like right now, having a full-time job is very, very hard because I don't get out of work until, I have bus duty. Time I get home, it's 3:45. If I start by 5 o'clock, when do I have time to eat dinner? It's already 7, 8, and I'm online sometimes till like 12, 1 o'clock in the morning. And there's not enough time in the day. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like I'm
That's what
tired.
you have to figure out a way to streamline it to where you're not having to spend as much time. And
Hmm.
I don't know about the program that you use for the editing, but um, it's almost like if you make videos that are very similar, they can be different, but like the formatting is like the same.
Hmm.
Like you'll get to where, okay, I'm going to have an opening, I'm going to have the middle, I'm going to have an ending. And you
Okay.
might even could go ahead and make your thumbnail ahead of time, have your thumbnail, your opening, and your closing, and just have that waiting, and then make
Uh-huh.
your middle, and then just put it together.
Yeah, because
Something like
that's what I
that.
do.
And like
And-
even like with the shorts, I record those shorts, and then when I am waiting in the car to pick up my granddaughter, I start downloading them into YouTube, or whatever.
Wow. So
I
you're
have
very
to
good with the
figure
computer.
I have to figure out ways to, do it where it's more convenient or whatever. But it doesn't matter. There's huge channels that put out one video a week, put out one live stream a week, but they have
Hmm.
a following. They have so many people that want to hear what they're talking about that they'll come and listen to them. And a lot of those big channels are a bunch of liars. It's all fake.
Hmm.
None of it is true what they're talking about. Or
Wow.
they have a friend, like if you and I decide, you know what? We're going to have us a little war going on. We're going to have us a little fight. I said something to you you didn't like. So you make a video talking bad about me. And then
See, that's crazy. That.
I make a video talking about you. Before you
Hmm.
know it, both of our subscribers are going to watch our videos because they want to
They
know
want to
what
hear what's
you're
going
going to say
on.
about me and what I'm going to say about you. Now, I'm sorry, but I'm not going to do that kind of content. I'm not
No,
going
either
to
do I.
put out
I don't
something
like that at all. People
drama
fighting.
and negative and all of that. And a lot of times you won't even know that these two people knew each other.
Hmm. That's
Like we,
crazy.
we couldn't do it because we've been on a live stream together. People are going to be like, no, they know each other. That didn't happen. But you know what I'm saying? It's like they find people that other people aren't aware of, and then they make up this big story about something that happened. And
Hmm.
I used to be so naive. I would listen to what people said
Me
about
too.
other people, and I would be like, oh my gosh, can you believe so and so did so and so? Now I'm like, it could all be for clicks and views. It could
Yeah.
none of it be real. You don't know.
Yeah, I don't want to be involved in that. I want to have it like.
And then you take sides, and then you're the bad guy. You're the one
Hmm.
that. No, I'm like, you know what? Y'all go over there and do whatever you want to do. I'm going to be over here being positive and, trying to encourage people. And you're
Hmm.
not going to see negativity. You're not going to see drama. I don't go for any of that.
No, I don't go for that
Yeah.
either. I don't. Yeah. What I think I'm gonna do is I'm gonna start looking open because I had some really nice videos that had like 1,000 they looked at it and then I cut it off and it really bothered me because I felt like it was my best work. You know?
Mhm. Well,
And
and
I
it'll,
think
it'll help you get better at your longer videos too.
mhm,
Because not only will you get better at doing the voice of the thing, but you also get better at your editing. And
yes.
then you'll be able to edit faster and you'll be able
Mhm,
to record stuff faster.
yeah.
And it'll be easier for you that way.
Because I know I have like the clean living and I have food from last week and pictures and videos. I still didn't do it because I've been so busy looking at my videos, trying to get monetized and it's like I'm falling behind, like I fell behind. And
Mhm.
I'm really trying, but then it's like I spent so many hours doing it all, but I want to be precise with it. I want it a certain way. I want the quality. I don't want it. But then I feel that I don't get that many people watching them, but I'm not going to change. I can't put something out that's bad. You know what I mean?
Well, and it's like with anything in life, you have to do it the way that works for you.
For you.
I like to do things up ahead. because I'm a big note taker, I'm a planner,
Hmm.
like Veterans Day is coming up. I've already got a video, a short to put out for Veterans Day.
Uh-huh.
But I like to plan ahead. I like to do things up ahead. I don't want to be like, what if I don't feel good one day and I don't want to do anything? Then I don't
Yeah.
have nothing that day. But then I have friends that, they get up in the morning and they're like, well, do I feel like going live? Do I feel like doing a video?
Yeah.
Maybe I will, maybe I won't. That doesn't work for me because I
Yeah.
would never
No.
get anything done. I would be
Because I
like,
actually have a video coming, I think tomorrow, and then I might have one on Tuesday. But then I made a video on Black Friday, but I have to still finish it. I didn't finish it. Plus, I got the other stuff. So what I've been trying to do is I've been planning ahead because there's certain days when I come home from work, if I don't feel like working, at least I don't have to do it. It's already done.
and this would be my suggestion since you do work a full-time job. Instead of trying to put out a lot and keep it going right now, I would
Hmm.
do exactly like you're doing. I would be thinking ahead. I would be making videos when I have a chance for future. And that way, when you can work on it, you work on it. But you have stuff, I call it in the can. I got
Hmm.
stuff in the can. All I got to do is upload it and let it go.
Hmm.
But it may be something that I've been working on that I don't know yet if I want to release it. Or maybe I don't like it and I want to tweak it or
Yeah.
whatever like that. But I can't just, I won't say I can't, but I very rarely ever do a video like I just got the idea right now. I'm going to do it right now. Usually I have notes of ideas that I'm going to do in the future. But it's
Hmm.
the consistency part of it, you
The
know?
consistency.
If
Yes,
you
I
can do
agree.
one video every single week, do that. If you can do
Yeah.
two, do that. If you could do a daily short and one video a week, do that. If you could do
Hmm.
a daily short, one video, longer video, and go live once a week, you know,
Yeah.
and just
It's so hard during the week. And like today, I was so busy. I was making dinner. I was making lasagna. And I don't know if you saw the video. I'm like, this is this and this is that. I didn't even show the video when it was done. And actually, my girlfriend took the lasagna home because I was like, I can't have this. Let's like just take it out. But I was like with this, but like I like going live, but it isn't something that I mean, I enjoy it, but I don't enjoy it because I don't know, like, am I getting through? Do people like me? You know what I mean? Am I boring you? You know what I mean? Like there's a whole bunch of things that I feel insecure about that I don't feel comfortable with.
right.
Then with a
Well,
restream, if I'm doing a restream, like I'll do restreams with the lullabies and stuff, I'll be there. And if I'm tired, at least I know I can go to bed. You know what I mean? Like I know that I need my sleep and
yes,
I will do my shout outs in the morning. But
right.
with the lives, it's like I don't shut up.
Well, I prefer to do a live when I have somebody up here with me
Uh-huh.
because I'm talking to them, but I'm also talking to the chat. When I don't have somebody with me, then I know what I want to talk about, but then I read my chat. And if I say something and they start a conversation in the chat about
Hmm.
something totally different, I'll be like, well, that is interesting. Let me see what y'all are talking about. And then I'll just talk about whatever they're talking about. Now,
Hmm.
Body Illusion and I, when we do our Sunday live, we always have a topic, but it's
Okay.
self-care Sundays. And self-care can be anything. And so we
Hmm.
start talking about our topic and then we start sharing our own experiences. And then we start talking to the people in the chat and they start sharing back with us. And before you know it, we've gone for 3 hours and we've talked about 10 different topics
Topics.
in that 3 hour period because
Hmm.
you just keep feeding off of it. There's other times I go live and it's like I don't know what to say, and I'm like the deer in the
Hmm.
headlights, and it's like okay, nobody is commenting, nobody is
No one's
saying
talking.
I, I don't know what to talk about. And when I first started going live, I was like, I got to have somebody up here with me because I don't know what to say or what to do.
Yeah.
And it's hard to get other people to go live with you, especially if they're nervous or they don't want to go live,
Hmm.
you know. And it's like, yeah, but you got to keep doing it. That's how you get unnervous
Yeah.
about it.
Well,
And
I
you
know for me, it took
doing
me a very, very long time. And it was just, I didn't know how to do it. I didn't know how to set it up. I was like, oh, I had all these excuses. And then finally, I'm like, I'm done. Like, let's just get this over with. And when I did it, it was okay. Like, I still, like, if I go away, I think I might be going away for Thanksgiving. I don't know it yet. I think I'm going to just make my own plans by myself and do what I have to do. But it is so much fun when you are alone to have someone there just to say hello. And it makes it easier for me. It makes me happy. I'm not depressed. That person might be alone too. So I'm like, we're helping each other, you know?
and like what I used to do too, because I don't sleep good at night, and I would wake up in the middle of the night, and I'd be like, well, I wonder if anybody else is awake, and
Hmm.
I would go live just to see if anybody else would come in. And then I started doing the jigsaw puzzle,
Uh-huh.
and I would go live and be working on my jigsaw puzzle. And those were some of my best live streams, because
Hmm.
people would be having a bad day, or not feeling good, or worrying about something, and they needed somebody to talk to. And it,
Yeah.
it was so much fun, to do that. I couldn't do it all the time in the middle of the night, because I was doing the daycare for her every day, and I had to get up at 5 o'clock in the morning. So it was
Hmm.
like, I couldn't do it all the time, but I would do it when I could,
Yeah. Do you get
and
enough sleep, or do you sleep good, or are you no sleep at all?
I sleep better now than I used to. I used to have sleep apnea before I lost weight, and
Hmm.
it would, the mask and everything, it would wake me up, and then I couldn't go back.
Hmm.
But
Yeah. But when you had your YouTube channel, did you sleep a lot, or were you always worried about the channel and just, I
I
feel
was
like I don't get enough
so
sleep because there's so much to do.
I was so I didn't know anything. I didn't know how to use the program. I didn't know how to edit. I didn't know how to I got a gnat crawling on my screen. I didn't know how to get on StreamYard. I didn't know how to go live up. I was like, I didn't know anything. My friend and I started the channel, but she didn't know anything either. She really was the one that wanted to do the channel. And I was like, well, I'll help you figure it out. And so we started like two blind people, trying to help each other. And it was incredibly frustrating, because we didn't know anything. And like I said earlier, we didn't have anybody that was like, oh, here, I'll help you, or I'll tell you where to look for
Yeah.
that, or whatever.
You were a pioneer.
And it was just like, oh boy, if I ever figure this out, I am going to help
Hmm.
other people.
Now, is your friend still with this channel, or no? Did she drop
Well,
out?
well, she has her own channel.
Oh.
And it was a kind of a funny thing. Neither one of us should have started our channels at that time. My granddaughter was an infant, and I was watching her, and so I had her all day long and into the evening, but late at night I was available, and on weekends I was available. My friend Norma, she was raising her two grandkids, so during the daytime they were in school, and then in the
Oh.
evening they were home. It was dinner, homework, getting a bath, going to bed.
Hmm. Different
And on
hours.
the weekends, they were home. So it was like when she was available to go live, I wasn't. And then when I was available to go live, she wasn't.
Yeah.
So it was like, we wanted to do it together, but it was just hard to get the timing right.
Yeah.
And so we ended up doing a lot more videos than actual lives and things like that. And then I ended up starting my dog channel, just because I wanted to play around with the editing more,
Yeah.
and things like that. And then eventually I started this channel, and she still has her channel. She does crafting on it, and she's in a community. They do a lot of bingo games.
Hmm.
And so she found her niche, and she's happy, and I found mine, and I'm happy. And we're still very good friends.
Hmm.
But now that and it's like, sometimes she'll ask me, like I had put out a video where it looks like you're walking through the woods, and the video is going, and she's like, okay. tell me how to do that because I want to do that. And I
Hmm.
was like, it's on our Canva because I know she has Canva because I do too. And I was like, here, I'll send you a clip of it, but all you got to do is go on the Canva and look, type in there nature scenery or whatever, and it'll pull these things up.
Hmm.
So now she can use that because she does some motivational, inspirational type videos too.
Yeah, I think
But,
that's good to have
you know,
somebody to help you. It was very hard for me because I didn't have anybody. Some people like to share, and then there were some people that just didn't like to share, or they wanted something for that. You know what I mean? It wasn't just sincere, and
right.
uh, and that's why
Well,
it
and
took 3 months to do everything.
there's a lot of people who will be glad to share information with you, but it may or may not be true, and
Mhm.
it may or may not be helpful.
Yes.
Now, I don't know if you saw Moon Over Miami in here in my chat, but Moon Over Miami is someone who I've actually made him a managing mod on a live stream that I was having a problem, and he came in and he helped me figure out what I was doing wrong.
Hmm.
Now, there are certain people that I've met that I trust, and I know if I'm not able to figure something out, I can ask them and they will help me. But not everybody is like that, just willing to help you for the simple thing of helping you.
Hmm.
You know, like you said, they want to charge you or they want to do. I have people who have made me images and clips that I use for free. I have people who have written me songs for free. It just depends on the community that you build, and they
Hmm.
just want to see you do good. They don't want anything from it
No,
and
they do that from the
that,
goodness of their heart.
right. And those are the kind of things that I say I'm successful because when you open up your email and there's a song from somebody and they're like, I wrote this for you,
Wow.
I can't put a price on that.
No, you really
So
can't.
I may not be successful in YouTube standards,
Yeah.
but I'm very successful in my
Hmm.
family,
I
you
had some
know.
people had written songs for me, but I don't feel comfortable of taking those songs and putting them out there because I didn't write them, or you know what I mean? Like I don't can't explain it. It's weird. I just don't feel comfortable.
Well, I think it depends on what the song is and who wrote it and why they wrote it.
Hmm.
Um, sometimes people have ulterior motives in what they do, and then other people don't. Some
Yeah.
people are just like, they want to do it out of the goodness of their heart,
Yeah. I
or
think
they just
mostly they do it
really
from the
want,
goodness of their heart, but I
you
just I don't feel right doing it because I'm like, it's not my song.
but as long as you give them credit for it,
Yeah. No, I
as
agree. I
long as
agree.
you let
It's
people
hard because
know this.
I never let anybody in. I always do everything myself. You know what I mean? I have to let it down, my guard down, and it's very hard for me. Very hard.
Yeah, yeah, I get that. I get that. And you don't want to trust the wrong person.
Hmm.
You know, people can hurt your channel if you trust the wrong
Yeah.
people.
Because I know
And
you have like moderate. I don't have moderators on my channel. I just have myself on there. And I've been very, very, I mean, I had some people, um, a few, I forgot what you trolls, but I controlled that. You know what I mean? Like I got rid of them. Any of their
mhm.
friends that I would look, I got rid of them. So I think it's pretty good right now. I have a good community of people. But I mean, I've had some people come on and say, I want a blue wrench. I'm like, these people are nuts. I'm like, who
if
are you? I don't know you.
anyone ever asks you for a wrench, no. The
No,
answer is
I would
no.
never ask. And even if
And
you give me a blue wrench, I still feel embarrassed. I don't feel comfortable and I would never abuse it. I would never, I'll say thank you, but then that's it.
I,
You know what I
I
mean?
I give a lot of people wrenches on my channel because I want them to be able to easily connect with the other channels by
Hmm.
just clicking on the icons. But I also have, hashtag echo will drop your link. And so they can drop their link if they want to drop their link.
Hmm.
But I never give somebody a wrench until I personally, go to their channel, look at their channel. I don't give people wrenches that have like hardly no subscribers.
Hmm.
And it's the first time I've ever seen them. No, I'm not going to do that.
Yeah.
If I go live vertical, I try very hard to remember to put it on subscribers for like 10 minutes or
Hmm.
whatever. And then a lot of the people that come in my chat regularly, I'll even say, okay, y'all know what to do. If somebody comes in here being ugly, y'all take care of it, you
Hmm.
know. And I'm watching too. If they're,
Yeah,
if
no, I
it's
understand
something
that. I just like if I
I'll
have a
do it.
restream, I always
You
like
know.
put their site in there. I put maybe a video of it or whatever, but I do it all myself, and I just can't let go of that. You know what I mean? It's like I work so hard for my channel, and I just not that they can do
Well,
anything
if you
wrong, but
can
I just
handle it,
don't.
if you can keep up with it and do it, then
Hmm.
by all means, don't let go of that control.
Yeah,
Um,
because there was a time where there was people
even though
fighting,
you've
and I
had
was
your
in the
channel
middle, and I
for,
felt bad, and I didn't want to get involved, and it was like it was just too much, and
Mhm.
it stopped, like whatever had happened, but I didn't feel comfortable in my own life. You know what I mean? And giving
Yeah,
somebody a wrench, I'm not giving it, then you don't, you know what I mean? It's like, no, we're good.
yeah. And if that's how you want to do it, remember, it's your channel.
Hmm.
You've got to do what you're comfortable with. But if anybody came in and asked me for a wrench, the answer automatically would be no,
No. Yeah.
no,
Yeah.
because I don't know you. And why would I give you a wrench if I don't know you?
Hmm.
But and I'll take a wrench away. Rudy is in here right now. Rudy's a very good supporter,
Hmm.
but Rudy is also autistic. And if you notice in the chat, he keeps wanting people to say numbers.
Numbers.
If he is annoying people, I will tell him, Rudy, knock it off. And if I go on somebody else's channel as a guest and they don't like Rudy in their chat, I'll make sure he can't come in there for that time or whatever. And I don't want to block anybody, but I don't want to upset my people in my chat, or if I go on somebody else's channel, I don't want to upset their people, you know.
Hmm.
So what I allow on my stream is going to be different than what I'm going to allow on somebody else's stream. And
Hmm.
and the same thing, if somebody has certain ways that they do their channel, you have to respect that,
You have
that
to
that's
respect
the
it.
way they want to do their channel. And there's no right way and there's no wrong way. It's
Hmm.
all just, what works for you. And I think that's what people, when you try to give advice, you try to tell people, well, this is what worked for me. And they're like, well, I'm not going to schedule nothing ahead of time. And I don't do notes.
Hmm.
And okay, fine. Do what
Yeah.
works for
I mean,
you.
I think it's
But
respectful to listen, and maybe you have different views. Something
yeah,
works for you that doesn't, but respect it. You know what I mean? And not be like, you know,
yeah,
carrying on about it.
that's right. And
You know?
nobody wants to not succeed. I mean, I don't care
Hmm.
if they have 10 subscribers. They wouldn't have started a channel if they didn't want to succeed. But what is succeed? What is your success going to look like?
Hmm.
Because you'll know when you're successful. When you
Yeah.
feel successful, you'll know, okay, I set out to do this. I feel like I've accomplished it. I feel successful. Is that 100,000 subscribers? I don't know. It
I don't know.
depends on the person. And some
Yes.
people will have, 200 subscribers and they're like, I don't think I could handle more than that. I have 200 great people and that's what I want.
Hmm.
Perfect. You know? But if you only have 200 subscribers and you want 10,000, then you're not going to feel that way about 200.
No,
You're going to
no.
want more.
You,
But
you
if
know what
you
I noticed too?
don't,
I noticed about like on my phone, if I look at my subs, there'll be
mhm.
people that just sub, but I didn't even know like in two, because I don't really check it all the time. And I'll realize that, oh my God, I didn't realize that these people sub to me. So that means they're not really like acknowledging me, or like, you know what I mean? Or watching my things.
Yeah,
They're just
yeah. You
subbing. They're
would
just going,
think,
choo, 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 choo.
right, because you would think, oh, I remember seeing that person comment, or I remember
Yeah,
seeing that person in
exactly.
live stream. Somebody asked me that the other day, how do you remember everybody's name? And it's like, I don't necessarily remember everybody's name, but if
Hmm.
I am familiar with that channel, or if I've ever
Exactly.
talked to them and I've learned their name, I
Hmm.
try to use that name when I see them. But I don't remember every single person. I mean, you
Mhm.
can't,
I might not
but
remember, but I'll always remember a name. Like I'll be like, oh, well, and then I'll be like, oh, this one I didn't realize it, but there was no acknowledgement. We didn't have anything rapport back and forth or
right,
connection. And I'll
right.
be like, oh, I didn't know we were friends with them. And then I'll go there and then I'll go look at one of their videos to try to see if they want to connect. And if they don't, okay, well, you know what I mean? I did
Yeah,
what I had to do. Now it's up to you. It's like a tennis game. You have the ball now. You
right.
got to bring it back to me.
But and I had somebody in my chat on Friday that was because there were some new people in there, and the person said, um, "If don't be offended if I don't, connect back with you." Because she believes in the same thing I do. If you're going to just sub to be subbing and you're never coming back and you're never going to watch anything, I don't need that. Thank
Hmm.
you, but no thank you. And
Yeah.
I'm not going to just go and sub to a bunch of people just to be sub to them,
No,
you know?
no.
And
It
so,
really is worthless.
yeah,
There's no point.
and
It's a
be
waste of
honest.
time.
Just be honest about it. There's nothing
Hmm.
wrong with saying, if you're going to support me, great, support me. If you're not, I don't want to have all that boggled down, just to have the number. The number doesn't
Hmm.
mean anything to me.
Can I ask you also when you are, what was my question that I was going to say to you? When I'm trying to think what it was, I can't think what it was right now. But if you have, I had a senior moment again.
Oh,
I can't remember. It was something to do with with subscribers. I know what it was. I noticed now that I have like almost, I don't know if I have 1,600 or whatever I have, but I
mhm.
noticed that I cannot keep up with it. I do, but I'm behind. But I find that some people get offended that if I don't, oh, why aren't you at my, you know what I mean? It's like I'm trying to keep up. Like, how do you keep up? Or is it an understanding that we're all growing? And if we're all growing, we're all like moving up together. You know what I mean? But I'm saying, like, it's hard sometimes.
Well, um, it's kind of like we can't all go to everybody's live. We can't watch every single piece of
No, we
content
can't.
everybody puts out. And so
Hmm.
I definitely, and I had to change the way I was going about things because I was trying to keep up with everybody and trying
You're
to
trying to
do
please everybody and
everything
you can't.
right, and you can't. And so now I basically have,
Like a 20%.
well, no, it's like if I look at my comments and maybe I have 20 people that pretty much watch and comment on just about everything. Those
Hmm.
people I'm going to give shout outs to. I'm going to talk when they pop in a chat. I'm going to talk about their channel. I'm going to do what I can to help support those channels. And
Hmm.
I normally watch most of their content. But say that you come in and you comment on a video, and I'm going to be like, oh, I like Ellen's channel. Let me go see what she's up to. And then maybe I'll watch a couple of your videos. Maybe I'll even give you a shout out or I'll share you out.
Hmm.
But if you never came in and commented, you're not in my mind.
Hmm.
Your channel's not brought to my mind. So I definitely look at who comments on my content and who comes in my chat. Those are the names of the channels that I'm thinking about. Now, I like this channel called We Took the Long Way Home. And I live
Okay.
in Georgia. They're from Georgia, but they bought a piece of property in Alabama. And they go to Alabama whenever they can. A lot of weekends they go. And they're fixing this land and, eventually they're going to move to this place in Alabama.
Hmm.
I started watching their channel, and it's like when I don't see a video from them, I go and I look. It's like, did
Hmm.
I miss it?
Because you're
Or
really interested
have,
is
have
interesting.
they not done anything over there recently? Okay.
Hmm.
I was just thinking about them the other day because I haven't seen a video. She pops in my comments, and I was like, okay, God, I hear you. I got to go and see what they're doing, you know? And sometimes
Hmm.
that's how it happens. It'll just be that I haven't seen somebody in a while. And I'm like, did I miss the notifications or are they taking a break? Have they not put anything out? And so when I
Hmm.
go to look at their channel, you can tell if you've watched a video, you know, it'll have the red line under it. And I'll
Hmm.
go back and I'll look and I'll be like, they got 3 videos out here that I haven't seen. I'll
Hmm.
automatically stick them in my watch later so that I can catch up and watch them. And
Yeah.
it's like that. There's certain channels you just know you're going to go and watch their content. And then there's other people because they support you so well, you're going to support them,
Support them.
you know?
Yeah. I call them my 20%.
Well, I don't know if it's 20% or
Not
not.
20%, but that's what they always said. And that's what I just, you know what I mean? Like they'll always be there. I can always count on them. I don't expect it, but they're always there and they're always very, very kind. And I'm very, very appreciative on that because they spent a lot of time, you know what I mean, coming to my channel and, doing,
There we
shouting
go.
me out or whatever. Because I just wanted to know about that because I am trying to keep up with everything. But I definitely, if you come to my live, I will always shout you out. I will check out one of your videos and I will always put you in my video at the end, under the
Mhm.
description. I find sometimes though that like, where you have the live, it'll tell you who showed up and you know what I mean? It's, what is it? Like what is it, your top people, it tells you everybody that's there. Well,
Yeah.
sometimes I don't have it and then I got to go through the whole stream to try to find out who showed up because I don't
Right.
want to like be disrespectful to someone that came and made a point to come, and I spend too much time, um I think, doing a lot of shout outs, but I'm very appreciative and it takes a lot of time. But like it makes me fall behind on other stuff I should do. So what I've been trying to do is like I'll go, if I'm watching somebody's live, I'm working on something else. I'm doing shout outs, I'm doing this and
Oh, yeah,
that. And
definitely. You
I'm
definitely have to
multitasking.
multitask. Lynn over Miami says it's hard, but you can visit who visits your channel in your analytics. It tells you how many times they have commented on your videos.
Oh,
And
see, I didn't know
also
that.
just at the bottom, where it says when you go in analytics and you go to community and then you scroll past those like 3 comments it gives you and it tells you your community highlights
Hmm.
and it'll tell you
Like who their top people, like the people,
yeah.
how
And
many
then I mean
points.
it'll go all the way down to the people that have commented or watched one video.
Hmm.
And so
Yeah.
a lot of times I'll do that. I'll be like, well, I'm going to take the top 10 off of this and I'm going to give them a shout out. I used to try to write down while I was live, write down everybody's name and then go
I
back
do.
to a
I
shout
do
out.
that.
And it got to be too much. Too many.
It's getting, I mean, I have pages like, and the
Yeah.
sad part is,
That's why I
I
do
do
now
that
I
in
do it.
school. I'll be doing it and I'll have pages like, and I'm so far behind even on that to catch up. But I'm very appreciative on it, but it's hard. And, like if I was doing a video, if I did like 5 videos of all the comments, if somebody did it 3 times, then I would give them 3 shout outs because you saw 3 different videos. But now
Yeah.
what I've been doing is I shut it down now. You get 1 shout out the night. And then I'll wait to the next night. I'll X out the next day, but I can't keep, you know what I mean? Because there's so many people
Yeah.
and, I can't seem to catch up. And like I
Well,
said,
let me
it's
ask
hard.
you this.
It's hard.
The people that you're shouting out, how many of them are commenting on your shout out?
There are some, but I try to doing right now are they're just I'm shouting out people that have shouted out on my videos. Like I have both, so my videos come first because
Because
those are the ones that are
a lot of
important.
people don't even know that they can go in and look at the mentions and see that people have shouted them
Absolutely,
out.
I understand that,
Yeah.
and there's some people that don't, but then some people that are,
Yeah.
and I find that the people that know the mentions, not that they're more serious or anything like that, but I think they're more intuitive on what's going on with
Yeah.
YouTube.
And
I
I
think
try
they're more
to check
striving.
the mentions and I try to make sure I go to that post or shout out and
Now I
comment,
haven't
they
been to my
do great.
mentions in 5 days.
Yeah. See, and if you don't do them just about daily, you're gonna get way behind on doing them. You
And
know.
that's what happens. And I understand that because then after I look at it, there's a lot of people that, will put in there, oh, check out my video. And I do. I watch the video and I'm very slow. Sometimes I got like 2 videos going at one time. I don't mean to, but I'm in a hurry because I'm
Yeah.
going, and then I feel bad because I feel like I'm chipping them because I'm not listening. You understand?
Yeah.
It's not
Well,
personable anymore
I
because
try to do my shout outs now. I only do 10 at a time
Mhm,
for the main reason that when I was trying to get subscribers and meet people, and people
mhm,
would put out these humongous lists of channels, and then I
mhm.
would try to go to all those channels.
Well, the
You
reason
you
why
go
I
through the
actually
beginning of the list, and then you're like, this is too many. I'm not doing it. So
Yeah.
I,
The reason why
I
I did some, though, I'm sorry to interrupt, was because if they were small channels, I was giving them opportunities to go check out the channels. And if you did not do a sub or sub, but if you want to check out the channels and try to relate and try to get more subscribers, if you were new, that's how they met people in the community. Like I would always do that.
yeah.
I'm doing less of that now because I'll make a video, not a video, I'll do a shout out, but I always used to do like a quote. But now I do my quotes really nice and then I'll add the people on, but I don't do that every night. It might be 3 days a week instead of every night now because I want to do it more neater and stuff. But I try to get people in there that, connected. A lot of people have said they met people from my channel just from the shout outs, which was wonderful. But
Mhm.
I'm up to a point where I can't look at anybody else's shout outs. I'm too busy.
Yeah. But over Miami says, I have been deleting channels that I am subscribed to, but they haven't done anything in over a year. And
Wow.
that's the thing. YouTube only lets you be subscribed to so many channels based on
Mhm.
how many subs you have. And I've had it pop up before. You can't have any more subs.
Wow. Now, what
Like,
is that on that? It's on.
it's when you go to try to subscribe to somebody, it'll
Oh,
pop up and
really?
tell you
Wow.
too many.
That's not right. So then you have to start deleting people that you don't, that aren't
Well,
really there.
and a lot of times, and I think we probably all have done it when we were first trying to get our 1,000 subs. We would sub to anybody if they sub to us.
Absolutely.
Eventually, you've got to realize that who you sub to also affects how your videos are pushed out, who they're pushed out
Hmm.
to, and all of that. And so periodically, I'll just go through and I'll be like, I haven't seen or heard this person, or whatever. And I'll just start deleting people. Now, has anybody ever come and said, oh, because I'm a public subscriber? Now, this makes a difference too. If you're not a public subscriber, you'll never know if I'm subscribed to you or not.
Hmm.
But because I'm a public subscriber, it's going to show up in your analytics that I've subscribed to you. So also, if I unsubscribe, it'll show up that I unsubscribed. So
Hmm.
people have never come and said, "Hey, why'd you unsubscribe to me?" It's like, okay, you weren't looking at me either, so it's no loss that I unsubscribed to you.
Hmm. I'm just looking at Relax with Melissa. She says, "Hi, Ellen. I think you should start membership soon. Do you have a membership or not? Because I don't know if I want to do it or not.
I
I
do.
am.
This is my honest opinion about memberships.
Hmm.
I feel like if somebody's going to pay me a monthly membership, that I should give them something extra that I don't give everybody else.
Hmm.
However, most of the members that I have are other content creators, and because they've subscribed or joined my membership, I have joined theirs as well.
Hmm.
And they're busy too. And so when I do members only content, a lot of times they don't even look at it, even though they are my members, because
Uh-huh.
they're busy. And it's kind of like, well, they membered me, I'll member for them.
You
I
can't just
don't
like all these people.
Yeah, and it's like it's just another way of showing support. And it's not like there's a lot of people who don't put out content that are joining up memberships.
Hmm.
Unless you're one of those channels that has that controversy or that drama going on, and you only are going to tell it to your members to get them to pay you, then it might work. But
Uh-huh.
I've had memberships for what, a year and a half. I still have my original members that joined on my monetization party that yes, I have monetization. I have members. People join the membership in support, and I still have those people. Have I
Hmm.
gained members over that period of time? I have gained a few members. Some members come and some members go. Some members, they subscribe or join to me, and I join back to them. So
Hmm.
is it
I just
making you
thought you
money? Yes, you do make a little bit of money from it, although YouTube gets their cut out of it as well. So even I don't even make half of what I make from my membership.
hmm
So
Because I feel a certain way.
money, I make more money off of my ads than I
Ads.
do off of anything else, because
Yeah.
I don't have a lot of people that give me super chats either. Every now and then, but
Hmm.
it's not something that I'm out there asking for, or that I try to make people feel like I expect a super chat
Hmm.
from, you know.
Yeah. See, my
But
problem is with with the super chat. I am broken because I'm gonna cry. I feel like we're in an economy where everything is so tight, and it might be say $5, but I'm trying to spend $100 a week to for 14 days to live on,
mhm.
and it's hard. And I feel like it's a different economy. And not that I know a lot of people that are poor, but it's just I can't ask for it. I just can't ask for it. Maybe I should and just do it. But if I was to do it, would it 99 cents be too short? And then it's like, well, you can't do that. You have to do it
Well,
2.99, 3.99, 4.99. That's
well,
$5. And it's hard for me because I don't have much. You understand what I'm saying?
right. And it depend I mean, it really depends on your reason for doing the membership. Now, let's talk about the source. The source's membership is 99 cents.
Is it
But he
really?
probably has, yeah, and he probably has, I don't, last count I heard he had over 250 members. Okay.
Uh-huh.
So that's $250 a month.
Mm-hmm.
If your membership is $5, it does that amount, but less
Mm-hmm.
people will be willing to pay $5 as opposed to 99.
Yeah.
I have
Because it's hard because if you
199
have friends,
and 499.
yeah,
And some people will join the membership and they don't support your channel, but they feel they're supporting you because they're paying you the monthly membership. And
mm-hmm,
then when I join this membership, I feel like I need to be supporting their channel as well as
yeah,
being their paid, you know. So it's a personal decision. It all
yeah.
depends. Moon
I'm
over
thinking about it.
Miami.
I haven't thought about it, but listen, it's hard because you know, um, I'm gonna cry. It's hard. Like I had a house and I lost everything, and money was so tight, and it's hard for me because I work so hard for my money. You know what I mean? It's just so hard, and it's nothing bad that people, you can charge whatever you want, but for me, what I went through, it's so hard to ask anybody for anything, and that's it. I can't explain it. It's just something that's is heavy on my heart, and I really would have to think about it because I treat everybody all the same. I know you can have the membership, you can do something extra. I understand it, I get it, but I just can't think about it right now. I have to really just.
Well, and what I'm going to say is that probably my best supporters are not members.
Mhm.
And even some of the ones that are members, I know them well enough to, I mean, that's they have to think about, okay, can I afford that this month, you know? And it means a
Mhm.
great deal to
Things
me
come
that
up.
they want to help me by doing it. But on the other hand, it wouldn't matter if I didn't have any members. If I never got another super chat, it wouldn't
Mhm.
matter. You know,
Yeah,
I'm not in it for the money. And I've said it before on my channel. I pay for different things to be able to do my YouTube, and I don't even break even.
I do
So,
too. I do
would
too. I
you
do
know,
too.
would it be worth it to me to not do YouTube? Yeah, I mean, financially, it probably would be, I would do better financially if I didn't do YouTube, but I want to do it and I want to have the friendships that I have there. So,
Mhm.
whatever anybody does, whether they send me a gift or they become a member or whatever they do, it touches me and I
Well,
appreciate
that's what
it.
it does. It touches me,
But
and
I'm not going to ask either. I
yeah,
feel like you do. I'm not on here to beg and say, oh, and you know,
it's so impersonal. I
some
think.
people will be like, well, I'm not going to be on next month because I can't afford to pay my internet and I can't pay my StreamYard, and you know, and then people will give them super chats. Okay, here, there you go. I'll pay a month for you to do it. I wouldn't tell anybody if I was fixing to be evicted tomorrow. They would
Hmm.
never know it from my mouth, you
Uh
know.
huh.
They
I know.
might hear about it from somebody else, but I would never, and I would never beg. But I'm an ex people pleaser. And to me, that just, it's like, I can't, I sometimes don't even think I deserve it when they do give me
Well,
something.
that's how I feel. It says, Melissa says, one thing at a time, then Ellen, work on the AdSense and your lives and videos first. That's what I'm going to do. But I was in a live today and I was making lasagna and stuff, and I had super chats. I had over $34 in super chats. I was shocked and I cried because it's a lot. It's a lot. And
Mhm.
I was so grateful, and I'm not looking for any. I truly am not. And like, I feel that if I put the membership up, um, like, I have to appreciate them for watching my videos, for watching the AdSense, for watching, you know what I mean? It's like, if I have like 250, 300 people that really are dedicated and come, I can't go to your channel and give you between $2 and $5 because I couldn't afford it. But I would feel obligated because that's what kind of person I am. You know what I
Right.
mean? It's heavy on my heart. So when they were giving me these things, I was sitting there crying because I was so overwhelmed. I didn't know how to act. I didn't know what to say. Not that I was embarrassed, but I was like, holy crap. Like, these people really care. It was just too much for me.
Yeah.
If you
Well,
can understand that, that's the only way
yeah.
I can say it. And
Yeah.
I'm very appreciative that I am here today. I got monetized because of you, not me. You. I might have put out the videos, but you watched them. You know what I mean? I'm very appreciative for that.
Right.
And I can't say
You
all my
couldn't do
people
anything if it wasn't
don't
for
have channels. I know people have channels.
yeah. And you know what? When I first started, it was like I didn't have a single subscriber that
Hmm.
did also have a channel.
Hmm.
Like, where are the people like I was that just watched
Just
and then
watched
got
exactly.
inspired and decided to have a channel? It's like, where are those people? But you
Hmm.
find them and they find you as you go,
Yeah. Like,
you
there's
know?
a lady called, I think it's Solo and Silver, or Silver and Soul. I haven't watched in a long time, but she has people. She doesn't have subscribers. She has people, just regular people that are coming there. Like you say, you enjoy going to their channel to see what's going on in Georgia and building the house.
Right,
Well,
right.
that's how I was. And to have people like that, I think that's so cool. That is my new way that I would like to do. I would like to be like that. You know what I mean? It's hard, and I know Melissa says I understand. She says you are giving value. Yeah. It's hard. Like I said, it's very hard for me to accept health. help and accept things. And because I've always been independent, and it's just, I feel bad because I know people, a lot of people are going through things. I know money is tight. People have children and people need things. And even if it's like $5 a month, it's a lot of money. You know what I mean? It might not be.
But in the same respect, you have, if you decide to give people the opportunity to do that, a lot of people
Able to
just
do it.
want to support you. Now, I have one member who they no longer have their YouTube channel,
Hmm.
but they still, and they let me know, we're not going to have our channel, but we will still support you, you know,
Wow.
and that means so much to me. So it
Absolutely.
just depends on what you want to get out of it. There are some people that when I tell them I don't break even, they're like, really? Are you for real? And I'm like,
Hmm.
it's not money like you think it is, especially
Yeah.
if you don't put out content. But it grows and it grows and it grows. And we're
Hmm.
not, nobody is going to make money where they can afford to live off of it unless they've got 100,000
Yeah. No, I
subscribers to
understand that. I think I
actually
had
do
29
that,
cents.
you know. And at first you'll look at it and you'll be like, okay, this video made 12 cents.
Uh-huh.
This live stream made $2.12. And you're like, well, I know that was just a video, but still, I come
Hmm.
on here and talked and I made $2. I worked all this time making this video and I made
Hmm.
12 cents, and
Yeah.
that's where it can get frustrating. And you can be like, yeah, I'm not
Yeah.
doing this anymore. It's not worth
It's
it
just
to
very
me.
hard for me because I lost my husband's salary. So it's
Yeah.
just me. I have to pay for this. I got to pay for that. I'm so diligent right now. I had, like credit card and I went to the bank and I'm paying that off. I don't want any bills. I just want to live. I want to be comfortable. I always say I'm living at $100 for 14 days. It's more than that, but I have to stay within my food budget. And I mean, I used to go out and not Starbucks, go to Dunkin' Donuts, or I would get something to eat, a slice of pizza. I don't do any of that stuff anymore. I eat at home. I cook myself because at the end of the month, if I want to go away someplace or visit my girlfriend, if I want to see a show or whatever I want to do, I know I have it. I'm not going to be charging everything.
Right.
So I'm thinking of it like that. I know there's people that can afford it, but I'm just saying for me, it's hard because I see single people out here. I see, how they live. Not that I don't know how they live, but I know they have jobs, they work hard, and I just can't do it. I just it's just something that I have
And
to be
it
happy
may
with
it
it.
may it may change, and it may be
Yeah,
that it'll
absolutely.
never, it'll never change. I never thought I would get monetized
Hmm.
because of the way that people um, looked at me wanting to do it. I
Hmm.
just thought, well, it's impossible. It's not going to happen. I'm just doing this for fun. It'll just be something, that I do.
Hmm.
And being that I had my granddaughter and everything, it's like I have so many videos now, that I can go back and look at the difference, how my
Yeah,
granddaughter's grown. I can go back and look at my weight loss, you know. And so it's like those videos are
those are
precious.
diaries.
Yeah.
Those are diaries.
If that's all it ever was, if I never got anybody watching it, if I just made the videos
Hmm.
to have the record of making the videos,
Yes.
it would have been
Well,
okay. It would have been
yeah.
enough, you know.
Yeah,
But then
that's
when
what
you
it was for me and Steve because it was a journey. And if my son ever has grandchildren, if I have grandchildren someday, they don't know who
Mhm.
their grandfather is. But with these videos,
Yep.
those will last forever. And
Yes.
that's what makes me like it. That's what makes me sad. But I'm glad I had the opportunity. I wish I would have done it 2 years ago. I wish I would have done it 5 years ago. And
Yep.
but it is what it is. And I am just very blessed for what I have right now. And like I said, for the people to come together. And I mean, I feel, and we discussed this in private, but I did say that my family, I love my family, but they're not consistent. They don't watch my videos. They, people from, just people that I know laughed and said, "Oh, you'll never get monetized," and said things. And that was my motivation to prove them wrong. And that's why I kept going, was because I wasn't going to stop, and I'm not going to stop, you
YouTube
know?
used to be the do-it-yourself channel. It used to
Mhm.
be, you want to know how to change a tire, you want to know how to fix
Exactly.
your vacuum cleaner, you want to know this, you want to know that. Go on YouTube. There's a YouTube video, explain how you do it. That's not what YouTube is anymore.
Mm-mm. And
That's
YouTube
still
knows that.
there. It's still there, but there are so many channels like ours that are
Mhm.
sharing our stories with other people. And there's not enough of us, our age group people, who are on the computer and on YouTube, who will
Mhm.
find value in it. Now, my two girlfriends that could care less, but when I tell them, you know, oh, I have a friend in Sweden, and he wrote a book. Matter of fact, where is my book? Right here. I have a friend in Sweden, and he published a children's book.
Mhm.
Do you
Wow.
know someone? Do my two friends know someone in Sweden? No.
No.
Do my two friends know someone who will write them a song? No.
No. And
Do my
and they
two
don't.
do my two friends have anyone who's ever emailed them and said, "Will you please pray for me?" No.
No. No.
So when you start getting that connection with people where you feel like this is my friend,
Mhm.
this is part of my
And you
family.
might have never met them or nothing, but you're still connected.
Yeah, you don't have to meet them. Uh,
No.
Elisa from Stitching It Up, Capturing Country Life, or Creative Moments, whichever you want to call
Yes.
it. She and I met when I was in a hotel room because there was a hurricane and I had no electricity, and I left and went to a hotel. And I went live from the hotel room. And I don't know how she found the channel. She stumbled in there one day,
Uh-huh.
and she's like, oh my gosh, you don't have this, you don't do that. What, like, and at first it was like, I don't know who this lady is, but I felt criticized, I felt like, but really what it was is she was concerned for me. But the
Uh-huh.
way that, because it's in text or chat, I was like, yeah, okay, I didn't think nothing of it. Later on, she starts coming in my lives and she starts watching my videos, and I'm like, who the heck is this woman, so I go to her channel and I check out her channel and I start watching some of her stuff. Next thing you know, she asks me, could we do a collaboration, could we do a live together or something, because I don't want to go live by myself and I don't know what to do.
Mhm.
Da, 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 da. And I'm like, honey, I will do anything you want to do. We ended up making our Thursday trivia show that we've done for almost a year now. And we're great friends. We talk on
Mhm.
the phone. We keep planning on these trips to go and meet each other. She lives in Texas. But she is so important in my life.
Mhm.
And I've never met her in person.
Yeah. I
But I
used to do a lot of
know she's on
streams,
the
so I
other
used
end
to
of
see her.
that phone.
Yeah.
She's on the other end of that phone. If I need her, she's there. And if she needs me, I'm here.
Oh.
But it's not just Elisa. I have
Mhm.
several people like that.
Yeah.
Every morning, just about, I'm texting, I'm checking on them. How you doing? You having a good day? Whatever. And that's my family. I have a very small actual family.
Mhm.
And I couldn't wait around for those people in my life to be excited for me or to understand why I wanted to do it or to be supportive of me. Even my daughter, when I got monetized, she was like, okay, nothing. Okay. And she wouldn't respect the fact that I had things I wanted to be doing. She made fun of it. She just cancel it, just change the time. I need you to do such and such, you can do that later. And I'm like, no, I made a commitment, I'm doing it.
Mhm.
And I finally had to put a boundary there with her and be like, look, you're my daughter. This is my granddaughter. I love you dearly. I will do anything in the world to help you. But please respect the fact that I am a person and I have things that I want to do with my life. And if we can schedule it and work it out so everything can go together, great. If not, I have to live for me because I've lived my life for everybody but me,
By yourself.
you know? And I said, I can't do it anymore. Now
Mm-hmm.
my daughter will say, are you busy? Can you do this? Do you have a live schedule?
Mm-hmm.
And she will work around that.
Yeah.
No more asking me to cancel or postpone or anything like
Yeah.
that. When
It's
I
a
get a
job.
package, when I get a package from somebody and I'm like, look what so and so sent me. People have sent me things for my granddaughter's birthday, for my granddaughter's Christmas,
Mm-hmm.
whatever it is. I don't ask anybody for anything, but I get things all the time because
The
I might have
kindness of their
said
hearts. Yeah, I
something.
like that.
I might have said something on a live stream about, like, I got a pair of pajamas in the mail because I said something about since I've lost weight. I used to be very hot natured, but since
Mm-hmm.
I've lost weight, I'm very cold natured now. And I'm like, winter is coming. And I used to sleep in shorts and a t-shirt. And I'm like,
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to freeze my butt off. It's like, I need to get me some pajamas. Somebody actually sent me pajamas.
Wow. That's
And I
like, those
was
are good
so
people.
touched. I was so literally
Touched. See,
touched
that's how I get. I
that
get like when
somebody
people do
cared
stuff, I'm
enough.
like, it's too much for, I get overwhelmed.
Yeah.
And that's just the way I am. I've always been like that. I just wanted to say that Tracy Local Learning, she's just saying she's listening. It's
Hi,
such a wonderful
Tracy.
conversation. I love Tracy.
Yes, I
She's
do
sitting in
too.
traffic. I don't know what happened because I missed it because I'm not really looking at anything. But there's my cow, and I always loved Tracy. She always did she has cows, and I'm like, I like the cow videos. Every time I watch, I always look for the cow videos because they make me happy.
Elisa has cows and she has a catfish pond. And
Uh-huh.
when she feeds those catfish, they jumping out of that pond to get that food. And I love watching that. I'm like, oh, show me the catfish again.
Aw.
But it just depends on what you want to get out of it. We all have our own goals.
Yeah.
We all
Yeah.
want different
And I
things.
learned so much. Somebody does this channel, and I'm always learning. And I think it's fascinating. I'm not stagnant. You know what I mean? I'm always listening to something. I'm learning something new, and I love it. I truly, truly love it. And I'm so glad I am part of a community. I truly, truly am. And I'm part of a couple communities, and I enjoy it. It's nice. Like I wish like people understood what I'm doing because I don't think they
Yeah.
get it, you know?
They will. They will eventually. Will eventually. My
Yeah.
granddaughter is 4 years old. To her mom, I want to call Granny. I don't think she has a live because she knows. She's been on my lives. Matter of fact, I did like an
Oh,
interview where I interviewed my granddaughter. But she knows I have lots of friends that I talk to on the computer and that I
it
talk to
feels
on the
good though,
phone.
doesn't it? It feels
Yeah,
good. It keeps you young
yeah.
too, I
And
think. It just keeps you
you know,
going and
they're
thinking, your
always
brain moving.
what's she doing today? What's she up to? Whatever.
Uh-huh.
And it's just something I needed in my life, And
Uh-huh.
I'm glad I wasn't afraid to do it. I'm glad that I actually did it because when my friend
And you did
Norma
it.
said, I really want to start a channel, I was like scared to death. I was like, I want to support you in that, but do we have to be on camera? And see, back then there weren't
Uh-huh.
faceless channels. And she
Mm-hmm.
wanted to do a craft channel. And you didn't even see people with the craft channel where they, and so she was like, but I don't want to be on camera. I'm like, it's got to be on camera. We can't do it if
Everybody's on
somebody's
camera.
not on camera. And so she really did not want to be on camera. And I'm like, get on there. We're gonna
Mhm.
we're
I
gonna
mean,
do it. It
if
doesn't
you
matter.
did not, if you didn't have your YouTube channel, would you be doing right now? Like, what do you think? Your whole life probably
Well,
would have been so
see,
different.
yeah, because I wouldn't be diamond painting because I wouldn't have met Star and she wouldn't have
Uh-huh.
convinced me to start diamond painting.
Yeah,
You know,
that's cool.
Lisa's teaching me how to crochet. I wouldn't be doing that because I wouldn't have met her. you know.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have the friends that I have and the
Mhm.
support that I have
The
because
support is really
my
important.
friends, they know I'm crazy. You know, they know
Mhm.
I got issues. They don't, it's not like, oh, we think you're wonderful and that's why we're here. No, they're here because they're broken too. We're all broken.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. No,
And
it's true.
when we're all broken, but we come together,
Together.
it's beautiful.
And just
You
like
know.
one whole person. You
Yeah,
come together.
and it's like what they're good at, I'm not. What I'm
Yeah.
good at,
Yeah.
they're not. You know, we all
Mhm.
complement each other.
Yes.
But when you
Yes.
go into a live stream and you have 10 people immediately saying hello to you, it feels so good. You know,
No,
you're
it
like,
does.
they know me here, you know,
Yeah.
and
And it's hard
other
for me
people don't
because
understand that.
it's hard because for me, I work a full-time job and then I'm trying to keep up with everything and do everything. I would love to engage more, but I don't engage. I'll listen. I'll sit. I always say I'm sitting in the bushes because I'm always typing and I'm always doing everything, but I can't help it. I can't catch it. You know what I mean? I'm really trying to
Yeah,
do better, to better
just
myself
be
and
honest.
take it
I,
farther,
I
and
tell
it's,
people, you know, hey, I see you're live. Great. I'm in the car. I'm fixing to get the grandbaby. I'll catch you later,
mhm,
you know, or whatever. But
that's me.
I'm there, you know, I don't want you to think I didn't notice that you went live. I know you went live and I'm trying to, you know, be supportive. But you got to live, it's got to be a balance. You got to be able to live your life and do
Yeah.
this, you know.
I'm not balanced right now. I'm more YouTube than Ellen. You know what I mean? I'm trying to
Uh-huh.
do both, and it's really hard, but I'm trying, and I think in time there will be a balance, because I feel like now I'm sleeping a little bit better. I have to learn just to shut it down, and that's it for the night. And tomorrow will always
Mhm.
be another day. Where before I always, was always trying uh,
You
to
sound
please.
so like me. I would put so much pressure on myself.
Hmm.
Nobody else was telling me. I didn't have anybody saying you have to do this and you have to do that, but I wanted to do, and so
Absolutely.
I put that pressure on myself. It meant that I didn't get enough sleep, or if I didn't do, you know, anything to take care of myself, it was okay
It was
because to
okay.
do what I wanted it done. But now it's like, you know what? If you don't take, if your body is saying you need a break, you need to rest,
Hmm.
whatever you do during that time is not going to be good quality because you're
Yeah,
not
you're right.
in it. You know, you're
Yeah.
like, I have to do this. And so I've learned now, some days I'll be like, you know what? Because I keep a big to do list. And it'll be like, you know what? That just got moved. It ain't coming out tomorrow. It'll be coming out the next
Yeah.
day. And I'll work on need to go and
Yeah.
do something for fun. Or you know, and I still, if my daughter, if I don't have a live schedule and my daughter shows up and she's like, let's go shopping or let's go eat or whatever, I'm like, most definitely. You know, I
Now, when
want
you go shopping with her, will you pull out your phone and doing a live, or that's your private time with your daughter?
depends depends on what it is we're doing.
Yeah.
I go live too much on my phone right now because I have a really old, crappy phone, but I have
Hmm.
a new one coming. When I get my new phone, my plan is to be able to do more spontaneous live things when I'm out and about.
Hmm.
But um, she does not mind my granddaughter being in videos or on a live with me. And she's been on a few lives like off camera. She don't want to be
That's my
on
brother off camera, but now he won't speak.
she's done a couple of them where like you saw parts of her but you didn't see like her whole
Uh-huh.
self, and things like that. But sometimes it is about that private family time, and then
Yeah.
other times we're doing something fun with my granddaughter and it's perfectly okay
Hmm.
to video it or whatever. Some of my best videos and shorts are of my granddaughter.
Hmm.
Just
Wow.
I don't know. She's hilariously funny to me. Some of the things she says, you know, and
Hmm.
some of the things she does. And I'm like, yeah, Granny needs to make a. I'm not good at catching it. I like, she'll do something and I'll be like, wait. like going to get the fire. Okay, now do that again, or say that again,
Uh-huh.
But I need to get better at just catching her in action, you know.
It's hard because I know my brother, like, he was a little bit supportive, and now what happened was, I had a video, and whatever he said, I didn't think it was appropriate, and I was someplace else. So I blocked him because I didn't know I couldn't delete it. The only way I can do is block him. He got so offended, he refuses now uh to like interact or anything with me. So when we went down the shore, when he has like an RV place, I was doing a live and stuff. Well, he said that if you want to go with me, you can't do any lives. And that's not nice. So he was going someplace to the casino, a place in New York State. I'm like, no, I'm not going to go with you. You go yourself. Cause I was like, I'm bored. I don't like gamble really. I don't want to spend my money. So I do my lives. You know what I mean?
Mm.
But then I have to make sure wherever I go that I'm able to have the connection. If I have no connection, it's really boring then. You know what I mean? Like it's a long day for me, but
Well, and
I feel like,
I usually take my computer on vacation with me. You
see,
know,
I only do my lives or anything with my phone is with my phone. I've never used anything else, unless I'm doing AI, and then
Mm.
I'll use my computer. But I think I'm going to invest in something because I'm supposed to go to Reno with Debbie in the summer as soon as school gets out, and we're going to be there, I think, for 10 days. I think no, 9 days, whatever we're ever going to go. So I'm going to pan for gold, and we
Ooh,
want to go to a ghost town. I
fun.
have like all this stuff, but I don't want to I have to do it where it's not only about my state, my channel. I have to spend time with my girlfriend. Debbie wants to go out, and you know what I mean? My friend, I know her for over 50
Yeah,
something years, and
yeah.
it wouldn't be right, but I have to find that balance. But I always find there's always something on the video. I got to put the video on because I don't go out anymore. So like if I go out, I'm like, yay.
Yeah. Well, and that's what I tell my daughter. I said, my phone works, but it's so old, it doesn't have a
Mhm.
good charge and it'll die on me. And it's getting now where it won't let me update different apps because it's not
Oh,
powerful enough
okay.
or whatever. And I'm like, I just, so many times I'm like, oh, I should video this. And I can't because my phone is dead,
Mhm.
you know.
Yeah. See, that's
And
why
I
I
don't
had to do
like that.
lives because I couldn't download. My storage is all filled up. And
Yeah.
I asked my son, and I'm like, we're done. I'll just do a live, or I will, you know what I mean? That's the only thing that works, or a restream.
Hmm.
And that's what I've been doing. So I haven't been able to take videos and like put them in storage and then do something later on. It's not happening because
Hmm.
I don't know what to do. So
Right.
I don't know whether to invest in like a camera and do the videos that way, or I don't know. So the cheapest way for me
If
is my
if
phone.
you have, I don't know what kind of editing program you have, but I have
Mm.
Canva, and I can put Canva on my phone and on my computer, and I
Oh,
can
okay.
video it
I have
on
Flicky.
Canva, I mean, on my phone, upload it to Canva, and then go on my computer to edit it.
Okay.
I have to stay on my phone. Once I get it uploaded into Canva, then I can get rid of it off the
Yeah,
phone.
no, because what I do is I can go to YouTube Studio, and if I needed to make some, on the video that I want to like delete something or something like that, I can do that. But if I am making a video, I go to Flicky, and I pay for that. I trying to think if there was another one. I go to Restream IO for the restreaming. But like if I make like a video, I only can do 2.5 up to less than 3 minutes, or I have to pay for it. You know what I mean? So it's like I'm just rolling it over and over and over and over
But
again.
yeah, but you do know that if you do a live, even if it's on Restream, uh, it's on YouTube, you can download it from YouTube and then play it again as a video, and it'll be a longer video. I don't know if I'm explaining that right or not, but
So if
uh,
it's under YouTube, I can download it and put it to but the thing is, if I bring it to Restream IO, it seems like I can't because they only allow like up to 3 minutes, or like sometimes it's like 2.5, like 2:25, unless it's different. I don't know.
yeah,
It's
I
just
don't
like
know. I had to
really
pay
weird.
I have paid restream,
So
but
that's probably
now,
expensive. Not
yeah, well,
expensive, but
it's $19 for me a month.
yeah,
The
it isn't bad, but then it adds up with the other stuff that you have. Then you
Yeah,
have this, then you have that, and then you have this. So then you're saying you're losing money is because you're paying for all these services. I'm trying to go
right.
the cheapest way. I really
Yeah,
truly am.
and there's a lot of free things out, but it's
Mhm.
limited what you can do. You know,
Yeah. They give
so
you a taste, but then that's like it. Then if you want it, you got to pay for it.
yeah, like, and I pay $13 for Canva, um, but it has
Yeah.
evolved since I started using it. It has evolved and it keeps getting better, and the rate has not gone up. So
Hmm.
I do like that.
Yeah.
And I'm
I,
comfortable with it now because I've, used
yeah.
it for so long.
See, I
But
like Flicky because I always had used Flicky, but at work, I literally have Canva. But the computer that I have right now, the laptop, this is a school computer. So I can't be doing downloads and working on that.
yeah, yeah, yeah,
And
yeah.
I can't. There's no way. And I know I'll hit it big is the day that a student finds out that I'm on YouTube because nobody knows that I'm on YouTube at school. None of the students. So, I mean, once they find out, then I know that I hit it. But hopefully, that's why I'm not in a hurry because I got another 4 years. So I'm hoping that I can get big. But hopefully, after I retire, and after I retire, I can go and I can travel all around, have like an RV or live out of my car and go from place to place visiting people. That's what I really want to do. That is my goal, you know.
Yeah.
And I think I
I
can really, and I have to be so careful what I do because I work in a school. I can't,
Yeah.
not that I would be inappropriate or anything like that, but I can't get, not that I want to be wild or anything, but I have to be very, very careful because I don't want to lose my job. I need my insurance, you
Right. Well,
know?
my
And it,
daughter is a school teacher, and
okay.
I have to be careful too because if anybody was to find out and know, because I go to the school and I pick up my granddaughter and things like that, and I
Mhm.
wouldn't want anything that I did on social media to look bad on her or to, cause her any.
Exactly. Exactly.
So I get
No, I
that.
understand.
Understand that. But I think it's great that you have plans and goals and things that you want to do. So many people that they reach a certain point in life and it's like they quit
Hmm.
dreaming, they quit having goals. And
Yeah.
that's how people become stagnant and don't
Mm,
do anything. That's
exactly.
age. When we quit using our minds and we quit using our bodies, that's when we're going to get old.
Hmm. No, I
I
agree.
for that. You know,
Yeah.
I want to. There's so many things I want to do, and I'll never stop dreaming and stop trying
Hmm.
to,
And you
different.
shouldn't. You have to keep going. I believe that it keeps you young, keeps your mind going, and I think you'll live longer just by having those goals. I truly do. I When Steve got sick, he was 45, I was 46. So I lost 46 to 50, from 50 to 60. I don't remember it.
Yeah,
I truly don't. So I lost, not that I lost out because I would have done it all again, but right now I just want to live life. I want to be the best person. Having this experience, it taught me how to be, the most important in life is to be kind. And that's basically it. Everybody's going through a journey. You need to be respectful and just, either you might see someone and maybe there's like a mental issue, or maybe there's somebody that is homeless. Maybe there is someone that's in an abuse situation. You just have to be kind. And
mhm,
I remember when I was young, I was a cashier at Grand Union, and there was a man that came in and he had a wife and he had a small child. And I guess the wife, I don't know if the wife was cheating or what, but they were getting a divorce and he had a lot on his mind. And I remember the cashier, he might have done something he wasn't thinking. And the cashier was so freaking rude and nasty. And I was watching this and embarrassing him. The next thing I found out, like the next day, he ended up committing suicide.
mhm.
So that act of kindness, if maybe he wouldn't have went over the edge on that, maybe, and I, I think it was 16 at the time, learning that lesson and feeling so bad being like, oh my God, he had a small child. He had his heart must have been broken. He had a lot on his mind. I don't know whether if he lost his job, I don't know what, but to be a jerk and be nasty and embarrass him in front of the whole supermarket is disgusting. And that's why I think my heart is a certain way, from that experience of just to be kind.
You just never know, and you
You
never
never
know
know.
what a kind word will do for somebody either.
It can change their
You know,
whole life. It can give them just a touch of a reality to change something about them, or you know what I mean, of doing something kind, to make them not feel worthless, not to make them feel in a certain way. And that's why I'm like strong in my values with that. And what I do or how I feel things are different than other people is because I have that always in my mind.
and I
Uh,
think a lot of people get so wrapped up in what's going on in their own life that
mhm.
we don't see other people anymore.
Yeah. Yeah.
I worked 17 and a half years in customer service at Walmart, and
Mhm.
I don't know
You get
how
to be
many
nasty.
times I feel like I need to do this in front of the cashier's face. It's like, do you
Mhm.
even see that I'm a human being standing here in front of you, because you are so like a robot, just you're
Mhm.
going through the motions, you're just get this person out of here, and it's like, what if I hadn't talked to anybody or didn't have anybody to talk to? What if I just needed somebody to say, hi, how's your day
How's
today,
your day? That's
anything.
it. You
So
got
I
it.
need them to speak to me. I'm like, hi, how you doing?
That's what I do
Are you
too.
having a good day? And I know they're like, oh my God, here she comes. She's going to talk to us.
Yeah,
Like,
that's me.
come on. I don't know how many people that I dealt with at Walmart that they just needed somebody to talk to them. They
Mhm.
would come to the store literally to have an interaction with somebody
Yeah.
because they
And it
lived
could have been
alone.
negative. It could have been positive. It didn't matter. It was just something.
Just an interaction.
Yeah.
And it just breaks my heart that people are living alone in this world. And I don't mean,
Mhm.
I choose to live alone,
Me
but I'm
too.
not lonely. You know what I'm saying? I'm not lonely
Yeah.
because I have things in my life, but there are people who have nothing, you know,
Nothing.
like, and every time I go get my blood drawn, I just want to like take that person and tell them, all these elderly people that you're drawing their blood, you know, have kind word for them.
Kind words.
You don't know what their day,
Yeah.
this might be the highlight of their month is to come get their blood drawn and then go see their
To
doctor,
go out
you
because their
know?
children aren't seeing them. They don't have anybody coming to visit. They have no one to talk to. And,
And
and,
people are
and I see many
so,
people, older people driving, instead of cutting them up and laughing at them and saying they don't belong to drive. Well, did you ever think that they don't have anybody else to take them anyplace and
yep,
that this is their only way?
yep,
Whether they're going to buy food or, that's why I think I'm I always cry because I'm very sensitive to things.
yeah,
I,
me
I
too.
truly am. It's hard. It really is hard. And I was actually at the bagel store, I think last week. Not that I need, because I'm eating clean, but I think it was last Friday when I was going away, I ended up getting a bagel, a mini bagel. And I was only spending, I think, I was getting somebody for bagels, like $2 for two mini bagels. And there was somebody there. They didn't have enough money. Their card declined. And I think it was like five something, and I felt bad. She was an aide, and I hold it close to me because I had an aide working, with Steve. I know they don't get paid a
Right,
lot of money. And I didn't
right.
make a scene or say, oh, I'm in a hurry, hurry up. All I did was I said, you know what, I got this. Go ahead, go. And I don't want anything. I don't think whatever. Just let's, we're good. That's what life is about, to do something. And I bet I made her day. You know what I mean? I made
Yeah,
because I feel like a lot of people in that field are not really respected. They're not, you know what I mean? They're just like they're treated like shit,
yeah, yeah.
and that's all it
So
is. And
many
it
people.
doesn't matter basically where you are. It's always about that kindness, and I'll always do it.
Tell you,
Always,
Carmen,
always.
you
I wish I
you
had $1 million because if I did, I would go to Walmart and I would look
Yeah.
for the people with their families, and I would pay for their Christmas gifts and just go around just giving people money.
Yeah.
And people are so grateful. You don't understand. Like, people are grateful. People do without because they might have to pay for medicine or they have to pay for things. Everything is so expensive, and that's why I have this thing about with money.
Yeah.
It's hard,
Well, I don't,
and I'm blessed.
I don't live the way that I lived before. My life has definitely changed.
Absolutely.
However, my morals haven't changed.
Hmm.
I still have that want to help other people. I might not be able to do it financially, but
Yeah,
maybe I could do it some other way, or maybe I can
just
help
to just
figure
to
out a
smile.
way for them to, get it. But yeah, just that little bit,
The little
I
things. It
mean,
isn't the bit. It's the little things. And
it just amazes me, how people, and like you go somewhere, even at the doctor's office, you see the people, they're sitting there, no one's talking to them. It's just like, I just imagine how lonely their life is,
mhm.
you
Can you
know,
imagine? Like, I seen it in
and
the hospitals, and I seen the senior citizens by themselves. I was at
yeah,
dialysis, and my father was there on dialysis, and there was an old gentleman there, and he used to go there. He was at the veterans home, and he didn't even really have clothes or anything, and we had too much, so I was giving him stuff and everything else. And the one time I
mm,
went, my father, when he had his dialysis, he had gone to a rehabilitation facility. They broke his back. That's another story I'm not even going to get into. But
mm,
so when he had his dialysis, he laid down. Well, this man was in a chair, and he was leaning over so much. I lost my crap. And I said, "Excuse me, he doesn't feel well. There's something wrong. Call 9 when he's getting dialysis. Call 911 and get out of here. What's wrong with you people?" And then I found out a couple days later he had died. Can you imagine? They couldn't even show respect. You're in a veterans home, and
mm.
he's going to dialysis, and the people were so disrespectful. And I mean, you have no idea how many times I yelled at them, and I said, "I'm holding you all accountable." It's just like, I, I can't explain it all, but there's people that have no one, and it just really just affects me in such a way that I can cry because I've seen it
Yeah, I
firsthand.
know. Mhm.
But this is our life, and I find that getting older, and it's scary. Am I going to have somebody watching me or helping me? I don't think so. You
Yeah,
know?
and that's why I am so determined to get to a place in my health
Hmm. Me
that
too.
I can stay independent and I can take care of
Absolutely.
myself. Not that my daughter wouldn't take care of me, but I don't want to be a burden
Yeah.
on her. I don't want, and I really want to be able to live my life the way I want to live my life
Mhm.
without having to, have somebody, you know, manage me.
Yeah.
You know,
No, I agree.
I
I
want
agree.
to
I can see
do
myself
my
at
own
some
thing.
senior place sitting there doing videos and saying, "We're playing bingo right now."
Well, I just don't think I can. I don't know. It's going to be adventure, whatever it is that we decide to, how we decide to live our later years. It's like we have opportunities. We
Hmm.
have different things that we can do. We don't have to just resign ourselves that we're going to reach a certain
And that's
age
it.
and then we're going to, be in a home or be a burden to our children or whatever.
Yeah.
We don't have to live that way. We can
Yeah.
do
See, my
what we want
mom's
to do.
family, the
But we
women
have
all
to keep
lived to
our
be like,
minds sharp.
I'm sorry, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, no, no. Go ahead.
On my mom's side, like, all the women always lived to be 72 years old, and they all died of heart attacks. And I don't have that fear. I like my brother, not my brother Michael, my other brother, he has a pacemaker. At one point I did have an irregular heartbeat, but now I'm okay. But I always have that fear that I'm not ever going to go past 72. And it's sad. You know what I mean? I know I'm okay. I got to go to doctors and
It
stuff,
is sad.
but I had kidney cancer. I'm okay. But I have this feeling that I would like to live a long life, but nothing is ever guaranteed. You never know what's going to happen. So
No,
I'm
that's
just
how
trying to live the best life,
my dad
and
family, nobody lived past 50.
wow,
And
wow.
some of them had heart problems. My dad had cancer.
Hmm.
Some of them like had a train accident, a car accident, whatever. I mean, all different reasons, but
Hmm.
nobody lived past 50. So I have
Wow.
an older sister and a younger brother, and we were all like, "Oh, if we make it to 50, we're doing good." And now
Yeah,
that we're all past 50, it's like we broke that curse.
yeah.
People live
Thank
longer than
God.
50 now
Yeah,
in our
but I always
family.
felt
But, you know,
if
I can understand that. Like, oh, 72, that's it. That's the cutoff, the
that's the cutoff.
expiration
There's an
date. That's
expiration date
it.
on the bottom of my foot.
So yeah, I can understand that. And you don't know. You really don't know. I mean, we could get hit by a car walking across the
Hmm.
street. You never know what's
You
gonna happen.
never know. You never know. I
'Cause
just
I'm
want to
not
make
gonna
sure that I not leave an impact, but I just want to make sure. I just want to. I don't want to leave a legacy really, but I just want to be a good person. I want to experience life because I didn't have that 14 and a half years. I feel like I'm trying to catch up. I'm not trying to do silly stuff or do stupid stuff, but I just want to, like, I feel like I've been out on stuff. You know what I mean? Like I'm not,
yeah, yeah,
like I fell behind on the
yeah,
times. You know what I mean?
yeah.
Like, and
I
I want to catch up.
in a little different way, but I feel the same. It's like I feel like I wasted so many years of
Hmm.
taking care of other things and working and doing and neglecting myself. And
Yes,
now that I want to take care of myself, I feel like there's so many things that I really should have done during those years that I didn't do
didn't
for
do.
myself. And now it's like I got to hurry up and get these things done because
Done.
you don't know how long that you have. You know,
Yeah.
and I had to be where I made those boundaries and was strong enough to say, no, I'm not
Hmm.
going to do what everybody else wants unless it's what I want to do.
Want to
And
do exactly, and I'm like that right now, and it's so refreshing. It's so freeing, and it's
yes,
like other people want. So like if I'm at work, they're like, oh, what is she gonna do? What is she gonna say? But I'm honest. I don't talk behind people's back. I say it to their face, and
right.
if I'm feeling a certain way, I'm not gonna leave that off. I'm gonna say it. Don't I'm an aide. We work with kids that have special needs or there's a learning disability. Don't be all nice if you can't be nice to other people, and then you expect that you're going to teach these kids when you have no morals. You know what I mean? Like,
Exactly, exactly.
and that's how I am. And it drives them crazy because sometimes I'm like, so the kids all like me because I'm all fun, like I'm fun, but in the same respect, I'm, let's get it done. Like I'm different things. Um, and I think it bothers them that I have such a great rapport with them, and but I'm strict. You understand what I'm saying? So it's
Yes,
like they
yes.
can't, but they try to
But they
pretend, but they can
respect
never be
you.
me.
They It's like they respect you because that you care and that you
Uh-huh.
do have their best interest at heart. And so the kids will
Absolutely.
respect that. Whereas kids are very good at telling when somebody's fake, you know.
Yeah. Oh, they
But
can. They know.
yeah,
And I'll be like, listen, just stop fighting like little old ladies. I'm like, just stop. But they're all
yeah,
really good kids. You know what I mean? But like I said, if I ever find out, like if someone comes up to me and says, oh, what's in my name? But I'm on YouTube, then I know, then I hit it. I'm big. If
yeah.
I have people coming in there, and especially sometimes I use this, and sometimes they'll do motivational videos. I'm like, oh my God, I hope my video don't pop up. I'm like, you get nervous. You get really nervous Because like I said, I don't want to, try to
Yeah,
keep it separate. It's hard,
yeah,
but
right.
I
Well,
can't believe.
that's the latest advice is not to tell anybody that you have a YouTube channel
Mhm.
in your
Yeah,
personal life. And I'm like, well, see, I failed at that because
I failed
I
at
was
that
so
because I was always
excited.
honest. Honest.
I was
That's
so
how it was. But I feel like YouTube, for people over 45, 50, and 60, 70, I think there's more of a platform for us and we're starting it. You know what I mean? Like we're bringing it in. So we're like the pioneers, if you think
yeah,
about it.
yeah, because
I feel like YouTube wants us to succeed because if we succeed, they succeed and they make more money.
yeah,
So I think they're pushing us too.
and
Um,
they
there's a
weren't
lot of
there.
opportunities.
There wasn't people like me when I started. I mean,
Hmm.
there may have been, but none that I saw. It's
Yeah.
like I felt like, oh, I'm like a dinosaur here, and it's like
Yeah.
a lot of the younger people, they knew so much, they like caught on to things so much quicker than me, and all of
Yeah.
that. I was just fortunate to meet people who could see I was struggling and were like, oh, well, let me tell you this, or let me tell you that. And some of it was good advice and some of it was bad advice. But I have one friend that lives in Belgium, and when she first came in, her icon was a picture of a face, and then it was like colors over the face.
Hmm.
And her name is Dagmar. She's from Belgium. I thought Dagmar, that fake name. And I looked at that icon and I'm like, this a troll. I'm like, what are you, a troll? You know, so mean. I wasn't mean, but I was like, if you're a troll, you need to leave. I don't want trolls in here. And
Hmm.
she's trying to talk to me, and you can't tell, if it's male or female or young or
Hmm.
old or what. You can't tell anything. And so she said, I'm from Belgium. And me being me, I'm like, yeah, right. Yeah, you're from Belgium. Yeah, because I wasn't even thinking this is worldwide,
Uh-huh.
you know. And she's
So
like, no,
far away.
seriously, I'm from Belgium. Okay, fine, Dagmar from Belgium, welcome. And and I was playing a word game, and and I said, I'm going to do this every morning at 8:30 in the morning or whatever. And the next day she was there again, and the next day she was there again. And I was like, I didn't think trolls hung around, you know.
No, this is a good
I thought
person.
I thought trolls did something to you or whatever. And she's like, I'm not a troll, honestly. I'm not a troll. And I was like, okay, well, you're not a troll. Then I got somebody else came in there. I can't remember what country they were from, but it was another country too. Come to find out, the time difference where it was 8:30 in the morning here, it
See
was in
through.
late in the afternoon
Wow.
there. And we got to talking one day about the time differences, and she told me she was a fashion designer there in Belgium, and that she was finding me after work, like in the afternoon or
Wow.
whatever. And she had a channel, and she has a dog named Finn. And so eventually I was like, well, I'll check out your channel and that and whatever. So anyway, I want to go to Paris. And so one day I was saying, I need to find somebody who's either been to Paris or knows about Paris,
Hmm.
because I'm going to be traveling the first time out of the country. I don't know where I'm where to go or whatever. And she was like, oh, I know exactly. I know what you're talking about. And I was like, okay, fine. Help me out. Tell me what I need to know about Paris.
Hmm.
Me a 3-page typed, email,
Wow.
and it's going to be, this is a good tourist spot. Don't go, whatever. It was all the thing. Don't stay in this area. Don't do that. Don't go to the train station at night. Don't do, like all the things like people would know,
Uh-huh. Wow.
you know. And then I look on the map and see that Belgium is right there by France. And it's like she goes on those day trips over to Paris. And
Hmm.
this is insider information. I need to know this kind of stuff, you know. But I was just like so amazed that I met somebody from a foreign country that I actually developed a friendship with, you know.
Wow.
And I
Did
would
you meet her when you went out there?
oh, I haven't
Did
gone.
you?
I haven't
Oh, you
gone.
didn't go.
No.
That would
Um,
be a nice trip.
but yeah, that's the plan. If I ever do get to go, she's gonna try to be able to come and meet me there in Paris. So
Hmm.
but just the idea that I was so out of it or naive or whatever that I'm like, because I get the name, I don't believe you're from a foreign country, I
Yeah.
don't like
Wow.
your icon, so you must be a troll. You know, it's
Hmm.
like thank goodness she was not a troll and she kept coming back. Like,
Uh-huh.
I'm gonna
Wow.
prove to you I'm not a troll. You
People
know?
surprise you. Yeah. Now, do you find that there is a difference in like I know you
Different
said that there is a difference, but do you find that there's more older people, not older, but like our age on here more? Like there's
oh
more
now, yes, yes,
and
yes.
more
So many
opportunities.
more, so many more people of the midlife, you know,
Hmm.
like midlife changing or, you know, things like that.
Yeah.
And so people about, you know, retiring early or after retirement. So many things that I just did not see. And I don't know if they weren't there or if I just wasn't going in the right places or what. But I'm sure I was looking, you know, because that was my age group, you know,
Hmm.
but I wasn't seeing that. And I know there's one guy started his channel at 80.
Wow. That's cool.
Yeah. So I don't think you're ever too old to do it.
No.
I do think if you're not up with the technology side of it, you'll struggle, you know.
Hmm.
But if you kept up with technology,
Yeah.
then you can.
But I feel like YouTube is adding more AI for you. They're doing more things for you to succeed. Whereas before you had to go out and like get technology from other places and pay for it. It's all in house now, you know?
I think they're missing out on. They're starting to realize that they need to have it all in house
Yes.
because people are going out and getting it elsewhere.
Yes.
So you know they'll do better having
Do you
it
think they'll charge
themselves.
you or you think it'll all be free?
I think they already charge us because of the fact that they get a
Oh, the
percentage.
percentage. Yeah, you're right. You're right.
You know. So I kind of feel like they are charging us for it anyway, but I do feel like there's more opportunities than there may have been. And I really feel like now where, you know, ever since the big C and people realized that, because like I had never even ordered anything online before because I worked
Hmm.
at a retail store. So I was out and about and I would go shopping, you know,
Yeah,
I
I still go
really
shopping. I buy
online.
some stuff online, but it's hard for me because
Yeah.
I'd rather see it.
Yeah, but I mean, I never did that. I would have
Hmm.
never thought to order groceries or have a prescription delivered. My experience with delivery was a pizza, you know.
Exactly.
It's
I
like,
get it.
you know, and then here Big C hits, we go through all these changes. Now you can get anything you want delivered to your house just about. And it's just everything changes. And if you can keep up with those changes and say,
Changes.
well, okay, maybe I'm not used to doing it this way, but this is an alternative. I could do this if I wanted to. And then there's things like my sister orders from Walmart because she doesn't like toting things into the house. So,
Hmm.
especially if
Wow.
it's something heavy. And so it's like, bring it to the door, you know?
Hmm.
And I get that. That's great, you know, but
Hmm.
it's all in how you want to live your life and what you want to do. And I think that we're getting more and more where people are coming for the community on YouTube and to have different topics right
Yeah.
here that you can, you know, you can see it and learn about it and do. And and to me, the only reason I got on YouTube, I will be totally transparent about this true crime cases, right?
Hmm.
I during the big C, I did not want to pay for the internet or cable. It was
Mhm.
going up, and going up. And I said, I don't like that. And my daughter was like, well, you don't watch news anyway. So you don't really watch that much. You could just, go with the internet service and just watch YouTube or, free stuff. And I was like, that's a great idea. Okay. So I started watching Mayor Como in New York because
Mhm.
doing that Big C update like every few days or whatever.
Mhm.
And so I was watching that. And then I started watching the Gabby Petito case when she went missing.
Mhm.
And so I was in a true crime creators chat, and that's where I met my friend Norma. And so if I had had cable or satellite, I would have
Mhm.
never started watching YouTube, and I would have never
Wow.
found out any of the stuff that is on YouTube. So I mean, I
Mhm.
didn't do social media before. I think I had Facebook, but I didn't do any other kind of social media.
Yeah. Yeah.
It, I didn't know anything about it, you know.
Wow. I joined YouTube because when I was in school, those phones, the one boy, he was videotaping me and he was putting it on Snapchat. And I had problems. I really can't talk about it, what had happened. I was so annoyed and so mad. And it's like I have no rights, but they do. And I
Mhm.
was so tired, I said, "You know what? Blank this. I'm going on YouTube and I'm gonna start my own channel." And that's what I did. I said to my husband, we have so much to offer. Instead of doing silly stuff and making fun of people, why don't we do a channel with you about you with brain cancer and what we go through? And that's what we did.
Wow.
And I was going through videos. I found some lost videos. And when I was talking, I'm like, "Yeah, Steve, we just reached almost 200, but we keep going down, up and down." So can you imagine? I was at like, I started with no one. Like, I didn't really have anybody to join my channel. So we did it from the beginning with nothing. So
Mhm.
to me, it's an accomplishment because we never,
Yeah,
it's
definitely.
crazy. It's
I,
crazy.
I was I was looking through my shorts today because there was a short that my granddaughter was like, "You remember when we made that video?" And I was like, "It's on here somewhere." So I was scrolling through my shorts, and I have one that says, "On the road to 600." I don't even
Mhm.
remember making that video.
Yeah. Can you imagine? I
But
know. I
I
had
was
it like we hit 100
like,
subscribers. I'm like, holy crap. And at that time it was so, not that it was simple, but we were like, I know I was so happy that I had reached it. And it was a
"Oh
goal that
yeah."
I did. And it was just like, it was like, well, it was only, no, it wasn't 100. It was 100 subscribers, people that I did not know. And I just remember people saying, "Oh, you'll never get it." And when I hit 1,000, it was crazy. I'm not trying anything right now. This is just all coming naturally. And I lost a lot of subscribers when I lost my shorts. But, it is what it is. But I have that experience behind me because we started from the beginning. We have this. And I think we're so strong that we kept going was because we had, you know what I mean? It was just like we did it and we didn't give up.
Well,
And there's many
when
people
I
that
first
that
started,
left, you
when I
know?
first started, give you the community page until you got 500 subscribers.
Wow.
It wasn't the 500 3,000 deal. You had to have the 1,000 and the 4,000. And I can remember getting that community page and being so
Excited.
excited.
Imagine.
And then the next thing I know, these people with, 50 or 100 subscribers are getting a community page. And I'm like, wait a minute, wait a minute. I had to work till I got 500 together. And
Mhm.
then they changed. And then they changed and brought the 500 3,000. And I was like, well, at least they gave us something else,
Yeah.
to try to get to that step till you get to the next step. But yeah, I was like, that's not fair,
Mhm. It
but
must have been so
how
backwards back then. Like I don't think that they really understood what was going on. You know what I mean? Like they probably had a view of it or knew what they wanted of it. But I wonder if YouTube really thought the way it was going to go. You know what I mean? Like they had goals, but did they really understand what they were doing at that point? You know what I mean? It was more,
Well, everything grows and
yeah, I should have had
changes,
stock in it.
and I'm sure there's been a lot of people, like, okay, you should do it this way or you should do it that way or whatever. But they have to be. There's so many other platforms, and I
Hmm.
didn't realize that there are so many other platforms that a lot of people that get in trouble on YouTube will go to these other platforms,
Yeah,
and so the other platforms offer different things to get people there. And then so YouTube has to, like, oh, well, we got to do this because we don't want our people
to
leaving and
leave in.
going over
Now, do you
to
have
other.
a TikTok
Uh,
account?
I have a TikTok account, but
I
I
have. I
think
don't
I
use
have
it.
2 videos on there, and I only did that because my friend Mary at Blessed to Crochet,
Hmm.
hers on TikTok, and she was like, "Come support me on TikTok," and so I created the page so that I could do that. But
Yeah.
I think I put 2 videos up there and then didn't do anything
Yeah,
after that,
I started to, and
But
then I stopped, and then I was on Facebook, but I was really working on Facebook, and I couldn't get any people to subscribe. It seemed like too much work, and it was like, well, they wanted you to buy advertisement. I'm not buying nothing from anybody. You know what I mean? If I can't get it, then
I have several Facebook pages for each of my channel. I have a
does it
page,
work?
but I use it to share, like, my upcoming live. I'll share it over to the Facebook
Are you
page.
allowed to use a YouTube video over there or no?
Well, what it does is you post it over there. You can post it as a reel and it would play from Facebook. But if you, like, share your YouTube video over there, when they click on it, it'll take them to YouTube
Yeah.
to watch it.
Well, that's because I was
And then if
doing
they
it for a
want
while, and then I just felt it was so hard. I was like, I haven't been there, I think, since maybe July or something. I haven't been back, but I just felt that I couldn't get the subs. Like I wasn't getting it because you had to talk to other people. Like you had to use like different people, or you know what I mean? Like you had to go to chats or whatever to get people. And it was just like,
there's so much that I do on YouTube that I find I don't have a lot of time to spend doing
exactly.
on other things. I mean, I have all the intention to do things, even like my Nightbot.
Hmm.
I need to go in there and update my Nightbot, and I can't seem to find time to do that.
Yeah. Can you
I
make a
need to
video
go
on
in my
Nightbop and how to do
store.
it? Because I can't figure out the commands and it's so hard. If you could do a video, that would be great.
I know a couple of the commands, but that's like one of those trade secret things. Even the YouTube gurus that do the videos on there, they just will say, use the command. Well, okay, tell me how to write the command.
Exactly. Exactly.
Yes. And that's the part that you can't. The only way that I've got anything on my Nightbot is I'll go into chat and somebody will have something different, and I'll be like, how do you make it do that? And I was lucky that a couple people would email me the link to that command. And
Hmm.
then so now I can use that command.
Wow.
But I don't know how to actually write the command. I have a couple people that come in my channel that know more about it than I do,
Hmm.
and I'm gonna do like a private live with
Yeah.
them where they show me and I can try to figure it out.
Yeah.
But I haven't had time to do that. I have 2 different stores with merchandise, but I need to go in there and update and work on those, and I haven't had time to do that. So it's like there's so much you can do,
Hmm.
and yet finding the time,
Yeah. Yeah.
to,
Because I
then
also,
I
are
got
you an
about,
Amazon affiliate? Because I am an Amazon affiliate, but I have no
no,
time.
no, I'm not. I'm not an affiliate with anybody
Uh-huh.
or anything.
And if they
I
hit the
just have,
sign, I had my hat. It was a hat. It was on sale. It was on 6.99. It was a really nice hat actually. I bought 3 of them. But I have friends, they had sent stuff out or people had bought it. So I was able to get the affiliate, but I don't have time. Um I truly don't. I just can't keep, it's like another thing I would like to branch off. I wish I had a secretary. I wish I had somebody that I could pay to do that, but I don't make enough money to have somebody paid.
and the big channels, they got somebody doing their editing, they got somebody doing their comments, they
Hmm.
got somebody doing their merchandise. a lot of them hire a cameraman to follow them around and record them and all of that, So, I mean, when you get big, you can do all those kind of things. And then too, when you can retire from your job, then you'll have more time. And that's what I thought when my granddaughter started pre-K.
Uh-huh.
I was like, I'm going to have all this free time because I was so used to watching her
Uh-huh.
all day long. Well, my daughter's a school teacher and my granddaughter's at her school, but there are so many days she has to stay after school for meetings and for trainings and what have you, that I'm already picking her up 2 days a week. And then like a couple weeks out of the month, there's like 2 other days that week I have to pick her up.
Mhm.
So before you know it, I have to leave here at 1:30 to be there to get her. And so I have from whenever I wake up in the morning until 1:30, and then I go get her, and then I have her in the afternoon until whenever, my daughter gets her. And then I may have time in the evening to do something, but even though I don't have her all day long, it just still seems like you don't have as much
It's
time as you
time.
think you have. And then too, I don't like do anything fast. It's like, oh no, I don't
Yeah.
like that color. Let me let me do something else, or whatever. And then I'll go in Suno and write a song, and it gives you two versions when you write the song, and then you can regenerate, get two more versions,
Wow.
and I mean, I might do it 12 times
Yeah.
before I'm like, okay, this is the one I'm keeping.
Yeah. See, I would like to do the song. I don't know how to do it. I have to figure it out. It takes me months thinking about it. But then it's like more than I have to do. It's just like, I don't, it's overwhelming sometimes. Like I'm really trying to
I'll
keep
be
together.
honest. I started the Suno for two reasons. One, because I was not doing anything really creative, and it
Hmm.
was a way to let me be creative. And two, I got tired of getting copyright on
Exactly. And I
music
get that on
that was
50 and I
supposed
pay
to be
for it.
okay, that wasn't. Yes. And I said, well, doggone it, even if I just do instrumental music, just so that I don't have to have dead space, um, at least I know it's not going to get copywritten because I made it.
Hmm.
And so I started doing it like that because, I was tired of that,
Yeah. Well, that's
even
what it is.
though
I
it would
played
say it was
flicky.
okay.
It drives me crazy. Drives me crazy.
And
And
once you're monetized, they will say it's not a copyright strike, it's a copyright warning. Your video is limited in area,
mhm.
you won't get paid for it, blah, 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 blah. And it's like I just got tired of working and getting the right song and getting,
Yeah.
and then it can't be paid for, and I'm like, but come on.
Now,
I'm
when you do
spending
your
so much
video, do you own it? Do you own your video or like who owns it?
on the Suno.
Hmm.
If you have the paid version, you own it.
Oh, okay.
But it's $10 a month, and you
Yeah.
get like 2,500 credits, and it takes 2 credits
Wow.
per song. So that's like 1,200 songs you could write a month.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
never, I never use all my credits, but I started out with the free version, and immediately found out that wasn't going to work for me because I'm too picky and had to keep redoing it. And
So
then
then,
they upgraded the program and added all this editing now that you can do.
mhm.
And then I was like, no, yeah, I got to pay for it. My friend that told me about it, I was like, okay, yeah, because I don't know if I really want to use it, so I'm not going to get the paid version. And it was like 2 days later, I'm calling him saying, yeah, I done signed up for the $10 a month because I already used my credits.
Yeah. But
My goodness.
when you do it though, if it was under the free and you went to pay, you paid for it. The ones that you did for free, did that get covered then or no?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's good. Cause I'm thinking about it more and more. I just have to just get my ducks in a row.
I've told several people about it and they've started using it. Um, I do a show one can get on and share our music,
The videos,
and
I saw that.
share,
Yeah.
ideas and, what different people are doing. I've got a couple friends that write poetry and use that for their lyrics. Star, she does a lot of Bible verses and turns those into
Hmm.
songs. I got another friend who uses like old poems, like Shakespeare poems, and puts them to music. So, I mean, there's a
Yeah.
lot you can do with it. And it's really fun. It's really fun.
Creative.
And I get
You made a song.
people all the time because I usually play this original song I wrote,
You
or
make a song
people
for your
ask me,
granddaughter too.
yeah, I made it for her birthday. I think I wrote two. But yeah, I mean,
Hmm.
and you can,
I think
and
that's cool.
my friend Dana, she just started doing it and she's having a collaboration. And she was like, yeah, I need to make the video and I got to say all this stuff for the collaboration. And I was like, write a song for it. Then every time you want to do a video, just put that song on it and it's got all the information. She was like, oh,
Information.
good idea. That's what she did. I was like, hey, she
Uh-huh.
actually did it.
Wow.
There's a lot you can
Hmm.
do. There really is. But there's not enough
Hmm.
hours in a day.
No, there's not. There's not. And then I think I'm doing good. Then I'm like, I got to do this. I can't go to bed until I do that. And I keep saying I'm going to, you know what I mean? And I don't go to bed because there's just so much that's just popping up, in my head.
I tried to take a nap the other day and I couldn't fall. I wasn't falling asleep, but it was like
Hmm.
my mind kept like, oh, do this, and I was like, all right, I'll get up and write it down.
Hmm.
It's like 'cause my mind would not shut up long
Hmm.
enough for me to try to take a nap. And then once I got up, I was like, that's it, I'm up now.
Uh-huh. Oh my gosh. Do you know we've been on for 4 hours?
I know.
Oh
It's
my God.
so easy to talk when you have somebody to talk to,
Yeah,
you know?
absolutely.
Just
Absolutely.
just get talking but we probably need to go because it is midnight.
It's
But
midnight
we
and I,
actually have 9 people have been hanging out. So
wow, that's pretty cool.
that's
It's funny
wonderful. Yeah.
because my neighbors upstairs, I have an apartment and I can hear them and they probably hear me and they're probably mad. Oh, well.
My upstairs neighbor moved.
Oh, upstairs?
He was so noisy. It sounded like he was moving furniture all the
Oh,
time.
that's what it is.
'Cause
And then you're gonna complain that I'm talking.
yeah. And I'm like,
That's what it is.
it does carry though. I mean, like we can hear them a lot better than they can hear us.
Uh-huh. Yeah, no, but I'm like, they were hammering and stuff, and I had gotten all my ceilings all painted when I first moved in. And when the other person moved out, they were doing stuff, they were doing the floors. I had all cracks on my nice ceilings that I had just fixed. So I'm just like,
Um,
it was such a waste. So,
yeah.
it's hard, especially when I mean, I'm used to it because I lived in an apartment since 2017, but we was at a house and it was hard. The other place that we lived at, there was a woman, she would be yelling at me all the time because I was on top of her and I wasn't used to it. And I guess my voice or the way I walked. So I would be tiptoeing, paying almost $2,000 a month for some crappy apartment to tiptoe around my apartment and whisper.
Mm, nope, nope, nope. Relaxing with Melissa says you don't own the copyright though, but you can use it with commercial rights on paid Suno. Well, I'm not going to argue with you. I don't know what you know about it. Just going on what I understand about it. So
Mhm.
that's okay. We can have a difference of opinion.
Mhm. Yeah, but you know what? I'm gonna get going. But I really enjoyed. I can hear him upstairs. It's like I can hear him like tapping.
Go to
It's
bed.
time. So now I'm like whispering because I'm afraid. You know, especially on that Sunday when I want to sleep, he'll be sitting there banging like 7 o'clock in the morning. But it stinks because I work I get up around 5:30. And when I first started, when he moved in, he's like, you get up early, don't you? I said, well, I gotta go to work. So I don't think he was happy.
But when you live in an apartment, you got to deal with other
Yeah.
people's
But I
schedules
was there first, so.
and all of that. And because I have a little dog, and she barks.
Mhm.
She hears something, she'll bark. And I lived in a different apartment, and they were all the time complaining about my dog barking. And I'm like, she's
Aw.
a dog. She's gonna
Mhm.
bark. So when I moved here, I was like, I'm not. And I even got one of those shop collars and put on,
Uh-huh.
trying to get her not to bark because they were complaining so much. And I said, no, I'm not doing that. They don't like it.
No.
I'm sorry. I'm allowed to have her, and she's a dog, and she's going to bark.
Mhm.
Nobody ever has said anything here, though, about it. But she does, but she drives me crazy with her barking sometimes.
Yeah.
So I know
Aw.
they get annoyed. But anyway, thank you so much for doing this.
Thank you so much.
Thoroughly
Melissa
enjoyed
said,
it.
laughing out loud, all good. We're all good. We're always all good.
Yes. And anything you
But
need
thank
help
you.
with or any questions you have or whatever, you got my number now. Just reach
Mhm.
out and enjoy YouTube. Just
Yes,
remember,
thank you so
go
much.
see
Thank you so much.
fun.
I appreciate you, and I was always nervous to go live and to collaborate with other people, but I appreciate it. You made it easy.
Yeah, you'll be fine. You're going to be
Oh,
just
thank you.
all right, y'all. Have a great rest of your
Thank
night.
you
Well,
so much.
actually, it's
Have a blessed day.
morning,
God bless you all. Thank
and
you
we'll
all
see
for
you
watching.
all next time. Bye, y'all. Let me
Bye-bye.
see. Get out of here.